a common love to you goes steady sunward, though the weather hide the wine and treasure show.
Good morning. My name is Alvita Knight. I am the Honorary Counsel for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, resident in Jamaica. I am an attorney at law, and for today, I'm the mother of 2 boys coming to share with you your experiences and how best you can get into university. Everything I'm sharing with you today is based on my exposure to the process, as well as my experience having walked through it with not just one, my first son who is finishing his university studies at Howard University, but also my second son who is embarking on his college education as of August 2023. So what do I have to share with you? There are 4 fundamental things that you should keep in mind when you're applying for university. And these start from your 9th grade. Academics, extracurricular activity, community service, sports. I'm going to break it down to you, and I will explain why it's important that you start from as early as grade 9. In grade 9, you will start the entire process because you're laying the foundation in preparation for your application process to college. You want to start in grade 9 because the university process and the university admissions departments look at your 4 last years of high school. Grade 9, grade 10, grade 11, grade 12. So in grade 9, you will think about, what do I like to do? What is a passion of mine? How can I use this passion to better my country, my world, my community, myself? So that's your community service. Will you do something the rage these days? Mental health. The other rage, climate control, being a part of the whole climate awareness campaign. You can also think about disabilities. You can think about women. So you decide what of those passions, and it doesn't have to be any of those, but whatever it is, it's your community service. It's how you will do your outreach. It's how you will bring about awareness of a particular issue that's confronting the world that they may not know is an issue, but you want to bring it to the fore. That's your community service, and you start that in grade 9. Think about what you want to do and how you plan to do it. Then you think about teams. Now, teamwork is important because you need to show that you can be a part of a team. So being a part of a team, an athletic team in sports, doesn't mean that you have to be the athlete. What you can be is the manager of the team, public relations of the team. You can even be the ball boy or the water boy or girl, but you need to be a part of a team. And then we have extracurricular activities. In grade 9, look at the varied offerings at your particular school, and if you don't see something, reach out and try to create an extracurricular activity. That shows universities that you are diverse. You have a diverse offering that you bring to the table. So for example, you are a sports star, but you're part of the gourmet club. Look at that diversity. And that's what we want. You have to stand out. You must not be a part of the many thousands applying to university. You need to be one that they look at and they say, we want that person. We want that student. And this is not to say academics is not important. Far from. It is. But you know what's really important? Universities look and they want an A student, but not necessarily an A student in academics, but an A student in effort. And that comes through when you talk to, when you're the advisors or the persons you are requesting to do your references. It comes through when they write that in their reference. That you may not have been their A student when it comes to a test, but oh by golly, you were the best student when it came to an approach to learning. So that's grade 9. So in grade 9, you're going to take all of the information for the 4 tiers that I just shared with you, and you're going to build. You're going to start to work on where you want and how you want to use those and how you plan to approach them. You do that in your summer. So between 9th grade and 10th grade, that summer, productivity has to kick in. So parents, if you're on this particular forum, pay attention to what I'm telling you, because you will help guide that 9th going into 10th grade student and start them processing how they start to lay the foundation to prepare to apply for college. You start in grade 10. So grade 10, now you've hit the ground running. You've laid the foundation in grade 9. Grade 10, you're looking at your extracurricular activities. You're being strategic. But not just strategic because you want to get into university, but strategic because it should really match up your career path. So if you want to do gourmet class or the gourmet club, it's either an interest that you genuinely like or it's part of your career path. You look at your sports. How will I be involved? Will I be involved in sports as an athlete, or will I be involved in sports as what I call administration? Whatever it is, you want to get involved in sports. Again, now you're looking at your community service. By now, over the summer, you've identified your passion call, and you're now figuring out how you're going to make that passion call happen. Will it be social media? Will it be actual activism? Will it be out there doing something on the ground? You figure it out and you incorporate it, because the incorporation has to start from as early as your first term. And finally, your academics. This is the year where you have to get your grades. Your grades have to start to reflect, because the GPAs are now going to be watched. Your final transcript that you submit at the end of grade 12, they're looking at your 9th grade, your 10th grade, your 11th grade, your 12th grade transcript GPAs over that period of time. Make sure if they're not spectacular 4 points, they are very well represented in terms of the comments from your teachers. That doesn't mean you're not to work hard to get good grades, but if you try to do both, and if you can do both, at least excel in one. So what? You know what? I need to go back and answer what I'm quite sure you're thinking. Why do I need these 4 things? What makes these 4 elements so important? Well, I'll tell you. Years ago, the powers that be at universities assessed the CEOs of big companies and Fortune 500s, and they realized that there were some elements missing. They had these brilliant Harvard graduates, these brilliant Ivy League graduates, top of the class. But they found they missed compassion, which comes out in your community service. They found they missed the ability to be a part of a team, which comes up when you're being involved in sporting activities. They found that they weren't as diverse in personality as they should be, because they weren't involved in a number of extracurricular activities. All they were was bright. So the university said, you know, we don't want our alumni to only be these bright sparks. We want our alumni, we want to be proud of our alumni and know that our alumni are passionate about causes and they work for the causes. We want them to know that they are really great team players. They know how to mix and mingle with their team, with their colleagues at work. We want to know that they are diverse. They have so many balls in the air that they're catching. And they're smart. So grade 9, we've started to identify from the 4 tiers what we want to do. Grade 10, we're starting to work with them and work on them and get them all sorted. And now, because we've laid that foundation, between the summer of grade 10 and the starting of grade 11, we start the SAT preparation. So one summer is about laying the foundation for the 4 tiers. The other summer is the other element of applying for college, especially in the US, the SAT preparation. So SAT allows you to sit as many times as you want. Colleges really prefer you only sit them 3 times. So over the summer, find it from someone who's done SAT already, an idea as to how they felt, what they did, any recommendations of how to approach the exam. Find a tutor. Get yourself involved in SAT classes. You can do the classes online if you want, through the Kaplan, as well as through the organization itself that sets up the SAT exam. Buy the books. And if you can't buy the books, you can't afford the books, get the books from someone who did the exams already and start doing your practice tests. Get familiar with the exam, because you want to sit your first exam in December of grade 11. You want to sit your second exam the spring of your grade 11 year, academic year, and you want to sit your final SAT exam ideally in the summer. you want to go into grade 12, finish, complete with your SATs. Also during your grade 11 process, you want to start the Common App application. You really want to start that in your summer. Your summer for grade 11, going into grade 12 sounds like a lot, but you want to get it started and you want to get it done. So Common App application, you go online, you complete, you start the information, you start populating as best you can with the basics. Your name, your address, your parents' information, your basic statistics. And then you can use now, because you have your grade 9 and your grade 10 extracurricular activities, you have your 9 and grade 10 common community service activities, you can start to populate. And I will tell you, try to publish your stuff on social media, because nowadays universities are not just looking at your paper application. They are going to troll the internet for you. They want to see who this person is they're bringing into the world. They're bringing into their world. And you want to make sure that you have nothing bad on social media. So all those posts back in the day with all manner of things, they come back. They come back at you and they come back at you strong. So if there's stuff out there you don't want your university to see, come back that with stuff that you do want them to see. So every good thing you do, everything that would put you in the spotlight for positive academics, positive teamwork, positive community service, put it on social media. For the first time, use it and use it well. So this is all happening in your grade 10 summer. Now grade 11 summer, you're completing your Common App application. You're looking at the essays, you're looking at the universities. In fact, in grade 10 summer, you should start to think about what university I want to go to. What university I think I can get into. We never ever start with what university can my parents pay for. We don't start with that. That's the least of our worries. Because if you can get in, trust me, the money will find you. So don't worry about what your parents can pay for. Worry about what can I get into, and start to make sure that everything that you need to get into that university, you have acquired or you're in the process of acquiring. So that's your grade 9 summer, that's your grade 10 summer, your grade 11 summer, finishing your Common App applications, looking at the essay, preparing a couple drafts for your college counselor to look at for your Common App essay, because there's one Common App essay. And let me go back. What is the Common App? The Common App is that one link, that one, how do I describe it? That one depository of all the universities, and that actually covers universities in America, Canada, and Europe. So when you upload your application and your information in this Common App website, you hit as many universities as you can possibly apply for. You can use the Common App to look at all the various universities that are there. You can filter by size, by location, by major. So in this one website, you have, I kid you not, the world at your fingertips, the academic or the collegiate world at your fingertips. So grade 9, start to look at the Common App website. Get familiar with it. So by grade 10, you have an idea what you want to do, and by grade 11, you're in it. Now, if you're in grade 11 and you haven't done any of this already, don't stress. You've got time. It's going to be a little more pressure, but you have time. If you are in grade 12 and you haven't done this, you are a little behind the deadline, and the most you can do at this stage is look for what is called a rolling application process and find those universities that have no set date for admissions or for applications to be turned in. So grade 9, you're doing your thing. Grade 10, you're doing your thing. Grade 11, you are trying to finish your things, because for grade 12, you just want to focus on pressing the submit button for your applications, and you want to focus on your external exams. Grade 12 should be rest and relaxation and single focus, your external exams. So once you've done all of what I'm suggesting to you, you should be ahead of the ball or on the ball. And remember, focus on community service, your sports, your extracurricular activities, and your academics. Make sure you apply for your look at the Common application as soon as you can to look and see what university options are out there. And financial aid is something you contemplate. You contemplate it because not every institution gives international students financial aid, but they will give you based on your honors, based on your academics. Those of you who are sports inclined, our recommendation is always do not just accept a sports scholarship on its own, because if you are injured or if you are unable to compete, there is a chance that you will lose your sports scholarship. So if you're offered a sports scholarship, ask for an academic scholarship as well. And if your grades are good, sometimes you are successful, you can get both. So if you lose the sports scholarship, you still are able to pay with the academic scholarship. You're still able to continue your education on the academic scholarship. And always remember, be focused on what you're doing and work well towards it. I just mentioned the concept of scholarships, academic as well as sports. I just want to recap the two websites that are going to be very important in your preparations to go off to university. There's a Common App, and then there's a College Board. College Board is where you will apply to sit your SAT exams. It has a wealth of information about the SAT. It also has information about your financial aid. Common App is now where you will actually do the application process for your university. So I'm going to sound like I'm beating a dead horse, but I need you to understand the importance of getting those 4 tiers sorted and sorted well in that time period. If you are in grade 11 and you're now coming in to focus about the 4 tiers, it is not too late. Look about what's happening in your world now for your community service. If you've had no community service experience, not late. A little tight, but not late. So in the Bahamas, we're very church-based. What does your church have that requires you or need? Do they have a feeding program, or do you collect clothes, gently used clothes, and distribute to folks on the street? Do you have a feeding program on the street? Do you have a book drive where you collect books and you go to the Children's Emergency Hostel, or you go to the actual hospital and distribute books for people to read? Is there an area that you would like to paint? I don't know, folks, or the geriatrics home for the aged. So it's not too late to find a project and to drill down into that project. With COVID having kept for, I would think, 1 of your 2 years in your grade, actually no, well, you would have been impacted by grade 9 and 10 with your COVID. Those are going into grade 11, and those definitely in grade 12. You have an excuse. Now for teams, if you are not involved in a team at this stage, try and find a way to get involved. If not, don't beat yourself up about it. It is what it is, and right now you just have to try and put yourself in a position to be moving forward and get the applications off. As part of the Common App, you will require 2 references. So from grade, if you're in grade 12, you should already know who they are. If you're in grade 11, approach them. If you're in grade 9 and 10, start to think about which teachers will give you the best recommendations, and start to position that and let them know, so they themselves can start to think, okay, when I'm ready to write this recommendation, how can I write it, or what would I want to make sure is in it? So make sure you've identified your 2 references. Work on your college essay. If you're in grade 11, use your summer before grade 12 to do a few versions, iterations of it. Also, go on to the College Board. They have examples. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. I'm not saying plagiarize. By no means necessary am I saying plagiarize. But I'm saying look and see what a good college essay looks like, and then start to write your own version of it. The world is yours. The world is all of yours. The ability to get into university, a good university with lots of financial aid, it's all there, all yours for the taking. But we need to start the process from early as possible. For parents, again, listen to what I'm saying, and as a mother, I will tell you that application for the Common App application, it's a very stressful application. It's a very stressful period because you're writing multiple essays as well as the overarching common college essay. So if your daughter or your son has to sit down and write multiple essays, it becomes really, really painful to watch. But again, if you're working on it from your grade 10 and 11, it's not as stressful. But get involved. And kids, if your parents are not on this channel, just have them, speak to them about what you're doing. Let them be aware of what you're doing, because they too will help you out. They too can provide assistance. For the financial aid, if you're doing it through the College Board, you will need, in the Bahamas, we don't do income tax. So your parents will have to have their job letters available. They will have to have a document indicating that we don't pay taxes in the Caribbean, or rather in the Bahamas. So they need to make sure they can upload that information. So get everything ready. Get all of your documents ready. You'll need your passport or whichever. So some of you may be multinational or multi-citizens. Choose which passport you intend to use. And because that passport will set the standard for your I-20 if you're going to the US. So there's so much, and I wish I had more time, but there's so much to tell you. But I hope I've, in a nutshell, explained what you should be doing, what you need to do, how you should do it, or not how you should, but I've given you recommendations as to how it can be done, how it ought to be done. And if you need assistance, again, you can reach out to the organizers of this event, and they can put you in contact with me if you require further and better particulars. There's an organization called AIM. Nicole Campbell, she's established here in Jamaica, and she does an amazing job with university students. So if you go onto her Instagram page, you will see where she has assisted students from all walks of life to get into the most amazing universities with the most amazing funding. But you may not need a Nicole, but you can definitely visit her Instagram page and get information from Nicole. What I've gathered, what I'm sharing with you here, is just based, like I said, from my introduction on my experience and my exposure to having to put two sons, or get two sons into university. As we speak today, I'm waiting on some of his regular decision results to see which universities we may have gotten into. And remember, you apply, you can get early action, early decision, regular decision. Be very careful with early action because it means that you have to accept that, and you can accept no other university acceptances. And God forbid you get a university that has admitted you or offered you a place with full ride, but you've done early action for another university, you can't rescind. So unless it's a sure, this is where I want to go, this is where my mind is set on, this is where come hell or high water, with or with aid, this is where I want to go, then you put in early action. Other than that, I recommend you go to early decision or regular decision. So, wish you all the best. I wish you all a grand and phenomenal time walking yourself through this experience. And when you get into university, enjoy it. Enjoy it, enjoy it, enjoy it. Don't not work, but definitely do enjoy. So, have a great afternoon. And again, I'm here should you require any assistance. Good luck.
Hello, students. My name is Deidre Moss, and I'm a higher education professional. Today, I'm going to talk to you about college, academic, and career guidance, making the right choice. You might ask, what makes me qualified to speak about this topic? Let me assure you that I'm very knowledgeable about what I'm sharing with you today. I've worked in higher education for 15 years, where I closely worked with students who would have recently made that transition from high school to college. I am also a professor. I've taught for close to 10 years, where a special focus of my instructions is on career decision making. Therefore, I've had the experience of engaging with students at various levels in their academic and career journeys. I've listened to their concerns, offered knowledge based advice, and supported them on their journeys. From my experience, I understand that making the right choice when it comes to academic and career decisions can be challenging for students. Some of you might be going through the process of trying to figure out where you see yourself academically, or you may be trying to pinpoint your career preference. Some students have not narrowed down their choice of academic and career goals and may be trying to figure out how to approach these decisions, coupled with the input from family and friends, which creates pressure to make these decisions even more challenging. I want to share with you that there is nothing wrong with having a little bit of uncertainty about your academic and career choices. The research indicates that many students have challenges in this area. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, produced a report on career aspirations and the future of work for young adults. The report found that young people who leave education today are likely to be more qualified than the generation before them. Yet, they struggle in the job market and may find themselves educated and unemployed due to what societies demand and what the education system supplies. This means that this group of young people need opportunities to create their own path to career exploration in addition to the academic skills that they already possess. But we're here to help. This requires that individuals who work within the education system and with young adults are equipped to provide them with the tools needed to successfully navigate through these challenges and successfully navigate through the proverbial waters, these challenging waters. Today, I will share some tips to support you in your academic and career decision making. Tip one: speak to someone, whether that's a counselor, a teacher, an advisor. Speak to them, get their advice. You don't have to go at it alone. These people are there, they've had the experience, seen students who came before you. So they have firsthand knowledge of the experience in giving you the information that you need to help guide you in that process. Speak to them, don't do it by yourself. Have a conversation with these persons that you feel that you can trust and you feel comfortable speaking to them about these things, and let them offer you some guidance in how to move forward. Step two: speak to individuals who currently attend college that you're interested in to get their input to help you to make a decision regarding whether or not you will attend the institution of your choice. And even if it's not at the institution that you're interested in, but if they've already gone through the process, they can offer you some advice that might be helpful to you. So speak to them, start that conversation. Additionally, speak to an expert or an individual who is already working in the career or field that you're interested in. Get their insight on your career of interest. For example, you may be interested in culinary arts. Make contact with a chef working in the field. Find out from them how they got into their field and what steps they took to accomplish their career goal. You would need to pursue, find out from them what it is, what steps you would need to pursue in order to enter that career. What did they do? What path did they follow? Maybe they can offer you some helpful advice to help guide you and help you to make a decision whether or not you feel as though that is the right or correct career path for you. You can also speak to them about the job, the workload, what would be expected of you, and this will kind of help you determine whether or not this is even the whether or not this is the career that you really want to pursue. So they're going to be able to give you firsthand knowledge of their experience. They've already experienced what you're attempting to experience, and their knowledge is invaluable. Tip 3: get hands-on experience. Students who work part-time or get hands-on experience in the job market, it prepares them for success. The OECD supports this rationale. The research supports this concept. According to the OECD report, students who combine full time study with part time work can expect to do better in the job market. Now, this may not be possible for everyone. Everyone may not be able to get a part time job, and it might not be possible for everyone. But if the opportunity presents itself, take advantage of it. Tip 4, do your research. And knowledge is literally at your fingertips. Use those resources, whether those resources are online or not. It may be a human resource that you could utilize someone you may know with the information that you need. Use those resources to help you. They will provide you with a better understanding of your academic and career options. Okay, there's a vast amount of information that is online that can help guide and steer you and offer you information that can help you make your decision. Utilize credible assessments to steer you in the area of your interest. And some of these assessments are free, they're online. You can have a career assessment that can help you determine whether which career is best for you based on your personality. And if you take a personality assessment, it can help guide you and determine where you're likely to fit based on the results that you receive. So you may be an introverted person, you may be an extroverted person. So if you find that you're more extroverted, maybe you're better in customer service or in marketing or a social take a social approach to your career aspirations. Maybe you're more introverted. Maybe you're better for business. Maybe you're argumentative. Maybe you'll be a good lawyer. So if you take these personality assessment tests, they'll be able to help you determine where you would fall along your career path. But can help give you insight that you can use. These assessments are online and they're readily available for your use. Tip 5, go with your passion and follow your interests. This is why it is so important for you to know and understand yourself. You need to know your likes. What are your dislikes? Some people just have preferences for certain things. So if you know yourself and you know what you like and you know what you dislike, you will know which career would be best for you. For example, in sticking with the chef theme that we talked about before, if you're not a fan of cooking, you don't like to cook, you don't like to do the workload in the kitchen, you don't even like to be in the kitchen, becoming a chef, mm, it may not be the best career for you. There's no better way of understanding what you really should be doing than understanding the things that you truly love and the things that you're truly passionate about. So you may find that you're passionate about certain things. You may find that you're passionate about sharing knowledge. You may be passionate about working along with kids. You may be passionate about animals. So go with your passion. Know your likes, know your dislikes. If you may not like the sight of blood, maybe going in the healthcare field may not be the best place for you. But you can determine based on your likes, based on your dislikes, and the areas that you're passionate with, you can determine where you would fit along your career interests and along your career lines. So let's go back over those tips again that I mentioned. The first tip, speak to someone. Don't go at it alone. You may have people around you. You may have a counselor at school, maybe a career counselor, maybe an advisor, a teacher. Don't go by yourself. Don't make these decisions alone. Even your parents, speak to someone. Have that conversation. They may be able to offer you some insight and support to determine what it is or where it is you should go academically or in your career preference. Tip 2, speak to individuals who are currently already there. You could speak to an individual, maybe a family friend, or maybe a cousin who's already in college, who've already gone through the steps and who's already gone through the process of applying to college or has already experienced what it is that they would have to do to whatever steps they would have to take to enter the institution that they of their choice. So you can get information or insight from that person. Speak with an individual who is already currently in the career of interest that you're interested in. They could offer you advice and insight that you may not have gotten had you not spoken to them. So have that conversation, speak to them. If you have access to someone who, if you're interested in nursing and you have access to a nurse or someone in the medical field, Speak to them. They can give you insight on what steps you need to take, what you need to do, what courses you need to pursue, what area you need to go in to get to your career or academic goal. Step three, or tip three, get hands-on experience. If you have an opportunity to work part-time, you have opportunity to maybe do an internship, maybe work at a place that can give you experience in your area. If you're interested, for example, in being a lawyer, maybe you can get an internship at a law firm or at a law office to get insight into what it is that they do and get insight on the steps that those persons took to get them to that place. That may be helpful to you in guiding you and steering you in that direction. Okay. And that hands on experience is able to provide you with the success that you need when it's time for you to enter the job market because you've already built that experience. And the research supports this. The research supports this rationale. It works. Tip four, do your research. You have knowledge at your fingertips. Use your online resources. You can go online, you can search for these information online. You could find out information about your career choice, find out information about your school of interest. The information is there. And then there are also assessments that are readily available online to you that you can take, personality assessments that help you determine where you fall in the scale of your personality, whether you're introverted, whether you're extroverted, whether you're social, wherever you is, argumentative, you like debates. These assessments help you to understand your personality type, and then they help guide you to determine what career path would work best for your personality preference or your personality type. And even if you utilize a career assessment, again, they're also using strategies that help to identify your preferences and your likes and your dislikes to determine what would be the best career path for you. And these resources are available, they're online, and they're free. Take advantage, utilize them. Tip five, go with your passion, follow your interests. You know what you're passionate about, you know what you like. You know that you like watching criminal investigations. You know you like certain things. You could spend all day watching these shows back to back to back. That's an area of passion. You know you like to cook. Nobody have to tell you to go to the stove. You just ready and you could prepare a meal from scratch. That is your passion. So go in the area that you're passionate about, where you find that you're interested in, where you really like, and then also move away from those areas that you dislike. Those are there, those interests, those preferences can serve as a guide to give you insight to determine where you shouldn't be. There's no better way, again, of understanding what you really should be doing when you understand what you like and what you dislike, and when you have an understanding of what you truly love and what you're truly passionate about. So I've come to the end of my tips, and I want to thank you for listening to these tips. And I hope that they will support you in making your academic and career decision making and in making that process a little more easier for you. Thank you to the Purpose Path organization for allowing me to participate in this wonderful program. And I look forward to engaging with you. Again, my name is Deidre Moss, and I'm a higher education professional, and I enjoy engaging and working with students. This is my career and this is what I do. And I am thankful for having the opportunity to provide these tips and these information to help support your academic and career journey. Thank you.
Good day, students, and we're back at today's segment of the Purpose Part Bahamas International Virtual Seminar of 2023. And I am elated today to introduce as well as interview a dynamic speaker, a woman of excellence and influence in the person of Dr. Sherman. But before we get into that, I would like for her to introduce herself to you. Dr. Sherman?
Hi, my name is Dr. Trayvar Sherman. I am the Chief People and Experience Officer of Fusion Superplex. I have been in the hospitality and management industry for about 11 years, and I'm very excited to be with you today. I am looking forward to imparting any knowledge that I have and sharing so that you can be your best selves.
Perfect. Now, we have given Dr. Sherman the task of explaining job readiness. Now, every year, hundreds, even thousands of students, they graduate and or leave school, and most of them are unsure of what competency skills are needed on jobs or what qualifications are needed, etc. So we're here today, and I'm just delighted to find out that information. So in your own words, what is job readiness, and what role does it play with students leaving school?
All right, so job readiness is the active choice to pursue employment.
Yes.
And so it's when a person makes an assessment of the value of a job. Okay. And so they sit and they determine that having a job is of value to them.
Yes.
And they should pursue employment opportunities. And it's essential that one makes that determination of a job's value because it affects the motivation and the efforts that one puts behind seeking employment. And so if someone's motivated and they see the value, they're more likely to put their best selves forward in pursuing job opportunities. And so that's what I consider job readiness.
Oh, that is perfect. What an excellent explanation. Now, students, they may think, oh, Fusion Superplex or maybe Atlantis or Bahama, I want to get in there, I want to work, etc. But most times, if not all of the time, they're often like ill-prepared. What are the 10 top mistakes or some of the mistakes that students make in preparing for a job?
So I like to think of it as not necessarily a mistake, but a lack of knowledge.
Okay, great.
All right, and so we are often seeing persons come out of school without being ready to seek employment. And so they have not done the necessary steps to learn what it means to be employed.
Wow.
And so we see some behaviors that are not leading to them being successful. Wow. And so I'll discuss some of those 10 behaviors.
Sure.
First, persons sometimes do not get the necessary qualifications for the job.
Okay.
And so while you're in school or while you're preparing for a position, you are not doing what it's needed to study, get the certifications, take the requisite examinations. So if you're not getting those BGCSEs, BJCs, or whatever certifications for the job that you want, you're likely to not be able to get that opportunity.
Okay.
And so the first thing is you need to obtain the necessary qualifications. And unfortunately, sometimes people wait until it's too late to focus on that. You can't get those qualifications at the interview. You have to prepare.
Okay.
And so I just encourage persons to know what it is that they want to do in the future and to get the necessary qualifications, competencies, so that they can get those jobs.
And that's excellent. I love that you brought up that point. You know, you just don't come up out of school and say, hey, I want to work there and just show up. You have to do your research to know exactly what field or market you're entering in, what are the core competencies that they're looking for, and the qualifications that are needed, and perhaps take that academic step to get you through that door. Any other steps or not mistakes, as you would have?
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Quite a number. So a lot of times we meet with persons and we ask them, what position are you interested in? And they would say, anything, I just need a job. Now, in one's mind, you may think that's what we want to hear, but that does not help us place you in the right position. So we want persons to identify a specific job interest. And so when you go to an interview or when you submit an application, you should say, I want to do this job at your company. And then you should present yourself in a way that would allow you to be able to obtain that position. So not choosing a specific job or interest is also problematic.
Oh, wow.
All right, so that's number two.
So know what you want.
Yes.
Definitely.
So like, I mean, don't go and say, oh, anything, anything, anything.
Right, right.
Sometimes that desperation makes an interviewer concerned. Like,
right.
Is this person, you know.
Maybe money driven, perhaps.
Yes. And then is this person going to do well on the job?
Yes.
Or are they just going to take it and leave it if it doesn't work out? It doesn't show commitment to a particular track.
Okay.
Another major thing that we see with young people.
Wow.
Is parents interfering or being the ones to pursue the job for them.
This is powerful.
All right, and I've seen that in my full career, where we would have parents submit the resumes, parents call to follow up on the interviews, parents come to the interviews with the student or the young person, and that's a major red flag for us because it says this person is not independent and ready to be an adult or an individual in the workplace.
Yes, yes.
So they don't have that drive to do it on their own.
Wow.
So that's something that I would definitely encourage. Do it yourself.
Right.
Send your own email.
Right.
Send it from your own email account. And make sure that that email account is appropriate for work.
Right.
All right? So no big body gal.
Sexual chocolate.
Sexual chocolate. Oh, listen, the things I've seen. Thug nuts. Crazy stuff. None of that.
Miss, drop it like it's hot.
No, no, no.
Okay.
So make sure that you keep it simple. First name, last name, maybe date of birth if you need to make it more specific.
Okay.
Nothing more.
Okay.
All right? Please, please, please be mindful of that.
I love those points that you've stated so far. You have to be knowledgeable of the market that you're entering in. You have to, secondly, know what you want to do. And thirdly, be independent in the application process because that shows the employer that you're serious, mature, and you can be independent in your decision-making processes. Yes. Good point so far. Thank you so much.
And then we find that sometimes people would apply for jobs and then not follow up on emails or answer their phone.
Wow.
So we find that people don't want to receive calls from unknown numbers or numbers that are not stored in their phone. So if you're applying for jobs, people that you don't have in your phone will be reaching you. So you need to answer unknown numbers.
Right.
And you need to respond to calls or emails. You have to go and check your inbox. Because in this market, hiring managers are trying to fill positions within 2 weeks. And there are thousands of applicants for each job. I would say about 4,000 applicants for one open position. And so if you don't pick up your phone in 20 minutes, on to the next candidate.
Okay.
That's unless you have this exceptional skill which makes you the only person that's suitable for the job.
Wow. That is an excellent point that you have brought up because I've noticed that answering someone late or providing a delayed response is trending. You could call and, oh, I know, answer 2 days from now because I don't want to seem too hot up. So you have to put pride aside and whatever little social nuances that you would have adopted and pick up that call, okay? Because your employment is on the other end of that call. Excellent point that you've made.
And so along with that point, being late or absent to interviews or not taking down the interview information. And so in this digital age, we have a tendency to like to WhatsApp and have convenient communication. However, if an HR or a manager is calling you for an interview, it's not appropriate to say, you could send me that via WhatsApp. No, they're not going to do that.
Yes,
and that happens more often than not, especially with younger persons. So if you receive a call from an interviewer, take the time to take the notes, the date and the time of the interview and the location.
Okay.
As simple as that is, we find that a lot of persons do not get that information, and then they do not show up for the interview, and then they come to the building a few days later or a few weeks later and said, oh, I remember someone called me. I don't know who called me. Can I get another chance?
Right.
That position's already filled.
Wow, just like that, being irresponsible can cost you an employment opportunity. So it is good to acknowledge and stay true to the proper channel of communication and disseminating the information that is requested by the employer so that you can get the job. You don't play games with them. Time is of the essence, and just note that you are not the only one applying for that job. This is serious, okay? So you have to take responsibility in being responsive when an employer contacts you for further information.
And we also see along that same line, not following application instructions.
Wow.
And so if you are applying for a position, they would say, please send resume, put X, Y, and Z in the subject of the email.
Yes.
And they may have additional instructions that they want you to follow in their job posting. However, persons often send emails with no heading, no body of the email, so no good afternoon. Please accept my resume for this position. I look forward to hearing back from you. So just a lot of people just send the attachment with nothing else, and they don't follow the application instructions. And so an employer is looking to hire someone who is going to carry out the duties that they instruct. And so your first test is the application process. So if you cannot adhere to the application instructions, that demonstrates to us that you are probably not going to adhere to our instructions on the job. And so that's another red flag that we would look at when we are considering an application.
Wow. This is some good information. So students, you just have to be meticulous about the application process. Whatever they're requiring information they're requiring you to provide, you can do just that. And remember to put a subject into the subject line of the email. So if you have to do some type of email writing class with your language teacher or some parent or loved one or family friend, be prepared, because first impressions are definitely lasting ones.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And so with that, so you mentioned getting assistance.
Yes.
When I see someone, the first thing I notice, especially with our Bahamian people, they are gorgeous, well presented, hair is done, makeup is flawless, hair is shaped up, and they know how to put themselves together. And 10 to 1, they would have a smartphone, which means they have access to the internet.
Yes.
So that tells me that if someone wanted to know something or get information, they would. Because we know how to research the trends that we want to follow.
Right.
We know how to research different makeup trends and different instructional guides to do things on our own.
Yes.
So you have to have that same level of inquiry and interest in pursuing a job. So you have to go and research the job.
Yes.
So don't come into the building, whatever building, not knowing what the business is about, not knowing what the core values of that organization, what that organization stands for.
Perfect.
And you also should know about the job.
Yes.
All right. All of this information is available at your fingertips. And we find that people who don't prepare to come in for the interview are less likely to be considered.
Right.
I'm not expecting you to be able to give a 10-minute speech on the organization.
Yes.
But you should know whatever's available online or that you can find out from a family member or a friend, you should know that. And you should be positive in the way that you relay it across in your interview, because that's often one of the first questions that companies ask.
Wow.
What can you tell me about my organization?
Yes. So do your research. It is very important to do your research. Know the industry that you're entering in. Know the position that you're applying for. Adhere to the instructions and come prepared in every facet of the word. And like she would have alluded to, we have smartphones nowadays, so you can do proper research by just going online and even pulling up the company's website so that you can get more information as regards to their core values that the organization has. Okay?
Yeah.
That's great.
And so we've touched on multiple points. I've combined some of the points in this conversation.
Sure.
So it might not look like 10 delineated points.
It's fine.
But one thing that I want to make sure that everyone takes away is that your behavior and your attitude during the entire interview process or even the application process is important. So you may not know this, but a lot of HR interviewers connect with the security officers and the receptionists to ask about someone's behavior prior to them meeting with them.
Wow.
So if you come into a building and you're rude to their security, you're rude to anyone that you meet prior to meeting with the HR officer, you are likely to be rejected for a position. And so one of my colleagues, Miss Edwards, she would often walk past the interviewer to see if they would greet her or say good afternoon.
Right.
And then she would come back to do the meeting. That initial touch point gives us a lot of information about you. It tells us who you are when no one's watching.
Yes.
And so you want to make sure that during the entire time, you are representing yourself well and you're putting forth your best self.
Wow.
And being courteous with everyone you interact with in the building. Custodians, no position is small. Each position is vital in an organization.
I love that point that you brought up. Opportunity is always watching you. And your character is revealed when no one is looking. So you want to remember that soft skills is a part of the job requirement, as well as manners and respect. So you can't just pull up to the organization with your loud music and then trying to fuss someone for a parking spot, come into the building, don't acknowledge the presence of God and the people that you're meeting, and using, you know, all of this broken language and broken English, and just not here, just spatially and emotionally not present in the space that you're in. So that is very, very important. I see where students prepare for a job to actually perform on the job. But, you know, it's the interpersonal skills that enhances the environment.
Absolutely.
So definitely always remember that manners and respect, they open doors, and they still do.
Absolutely.
Excellent, excellent.
And on that, and I know we'll move on in a few
Go
seconds,
ahead.
but in a lot of cases, people will not have all of the skills to do the job. And so when someone makes a decision, they know that they have to put time into training a candidate. It's the personality and the character that really opens the doors for you. Because once you show that you have positive energy, you're a good person, you have good character, I could train most other things.
Good.
But it's when those things are lacking that I can't really do much with you. You could be the most skilled person in the world, but if you're dishonest, if you don't have integrity, if you're rude, I don't have anything to work with.
Wow, you certainly cannot train character, so that has to be innate within you. I just love that point. So, you know, at the end of the day, if you may have some deficiency or you may not be all that and all theirs yet, try to pursue self-development. You have to work on yourself on the inside. If you're angry a whole lot, you can't get along with others, you're always perceiving that someone is out to get you. Because I know certainly you would have encountered persons like that in the workplace. There's always that mindset that has to be shifted and changed and molded to actually work and function in an environment, and that is key. You cannot train character. So work on you. Whatever shortcomings that you may have, do not bring that into a space now to be an infection or a toxin in the workplace. Now, those were excellent points. I'm sure the students are taking notes. Please, this is one of the premier leaders in this respective field. That is why we sought her out to speak to you today. And I love those points that you gave. All students should keep those in view when they're applying for a job. Now, here we have what are the 5 tips that students should keep in mind when actively pursuing work. I think you would have alluded or touched that. And then we also have who would you deem unemployable. Okay. So you can take whatever question, first or second.
All right. So just to, instead of giving 5 tips, I will just sum up, be prepared for the job opportunity when you're pursuing work. Be prepared. Create a cover letter, create a resume, submit your documents, do your research. Remember that character is important. Be mindful of your social media accounts and your affiliations. All right? And be mindful when you're getting things like tattoos that may be deemed offensive. You need to know the organization that or the career that you wish to pursue, and don't put anything on your body or on your social media accounts that will go against you getting that job. So they're looking for brand fit. How well do you fit into their culture, their atmosphere? And if you have derogatory tattoos or you have negative social affiliations on your social media account, we also look at those as well.
Wow, that is powerful.
And persons have been rejected from the entire process because of something on their social media. Wow. Drug usage, gang affiliation.
Foul language, perhaps?
Yes, definitely. Wow. So we look at all of that.
So social media conduct is a must. So remember, again, this goes back to that point that opportunity is always watching you. And we note where things that you would have done in the past can possibly come back to haunt you. So you have to be mindful of all of the decisions that you make, because one day they're all going to accumulate now, and someone is going to judge you based on your behavior. Now that brings me to the last point of the day. We have students that may not be all that academically inclined, but you said that, you know, once character is there, among other qualities that you're able to work with that student. Let's say, for example, a student, you know, they were misguided, maybe, you know, caught up in wrong relationships, friendships. They may even have a criminal history and or record, filled up with a bunch of tattoos to the neck and piercings. However, they have done a right about turn in their life. They would have made decisions now that they are actively pursuing change. Can someone with a criminal history record, a very, very bad, sordid, or checkered past be employed in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas or by any employer?
So that's a very difficult question to answer,
yes.
but I will do my best.
Sure.
It really depends on the position,
okay.
and it also depends on the organization. Certain
okay.
organizations have higher requirements for conduct and background history checks.
Yes.
Whereas there are a lot of employers who believe in redemption and giving a second chance.
Wow.
So it's not over until it's over.
Good.
So we just encourage you to do your best. Now, HR's responsibility is to ensure to mitigate risk or to reduce the company's risk.
Okay.
So we want to protect both the organization and other employees.
Right.
And so if there is a history of a very violent offense,
okay.
that's going to be the major difference.
Yes.
So, minor drug offenses or scuffles, we may tolerate.
Right.
We may say, in 3 years, we may consider this person, give them some time to mature.
Okay.
And not knock them off completely.
Right.
But when you have those really egregious, violent offenses, then it puts us in a position that if we bring you on, we are probably at risk if something happens in the future.
Wow.
And so we would want to not expose ourselves to that risk. And so we encourage you to think today for what you want in the future.
Right.
Because if you act out of conduct or out of order now, you could really impede your entire future.
Wow.
And once you do something like that, it's too late.
That's it. The decisions you make today can have grave consequences and repercussions for you tomorrow. So act responsibly and wisely. This has been a dynamic conversation. I just want more. But students, you've heard it today, all that you would need in terms of preparing to apply for a job. So take heed, take caution, take note. This is the expert in her field, and she's given you some nuggets that you can apply now when you're going through that application process. I want to encourage you, although you may have had a very, very bad past, life is not over for you. There's always room to begin again and grow. However, be mindful what an organization is requiring from you before you commence the application process. And I'll tell you, good luck, and let's make it happen.
Be encouraged.
Thank you.
It's a
And
pleasure.
you know what, just for maybe about 60 seconds, you can just give a wrap-up or some last words to students who are out there listening at this particular interview.
I just want to say to be hopeful and be encouraged. God has a path for all of us, and whatever is destined for us, we will obtain.
Yes.
And so you may get a lot of rejections before you get an acceptance, but that does not mean that you should stop trying. Always put your best self forward, and opportunities will avail themselves to you.
Wow.
And even though you may not get exactly what you want today, that doesn't mean you can't do your best, because not everyone likes the job they do. Not everyone wants to pop popcorn every day for the rest of their lives. But
Truth.
you may need to take something that you don't like right now to get you to where you need to be tomorrow.
Wow.
So just be humble.
Yes.
And just be mindful that, baby steps.
Good.
Rome wasn't built in a day. Our lives don't happen overnight. And so just do the best that you can always, and be of good character.
Excellent. And these things, they come full circle. These are little puzzle pieces that eventually come together, so you have the panoramic view. Excellent, excellent, excellent. We love you, and thank you so much for imparting such deep wisdom and knowledge to our students. We'll be back after this commercial break. Welcome back to Purpose Park Bahamas International 4th Annual Seminar. And today we have joining us, who will present on the topic Health and Wellness, Dr. Tina Mims. Dr. Mims, how are you doing today?
I'm delighted to be here, Sherry. Thank you for inviting me, and I look forward to speaking to these young people on the topic of health and wellness.
Excellent. So under that category, we have drugs, STDs, and mental illness. Do you care to elaborate?
Well, regarding those specific topics, those are some of the major risk factors or risks that young people experience, particularly our adolescents into our young adults. So regarding sex, it's something very, I guess, some people feel like it's taboo, even though it's a normal part of life. It's something that schools sometimes find challenging to teach. Sometimes parents don't want their children to learn about it at school. Sometimes parents have problems talking about it themselves to their students, to their children. And so it's a topic that needs to be explored. And then we're talking about drugs and alcohol. And our children, especially our teenagers, are at risk for using these substances. And then our last topic where we were talking about was mental illness, which has seen some spotlight has been shined upon it a lot more recently, considering the pandemic and the fallout of the various issues that we've experienced since. So talking about this could not be a more, I guess, poignant or pertinent time to address it.
Okay, so in your line of work, you would have been presented with information pertaining to the types of drugs that are mostly used by high school students or young adults in general. Can you elaborate or just give us some information as to what types of drugs are being used?
Okay, the most common types of drugs that are being used among young people are alcohol, believe it or not, because within our population, it's not like in the United States or other countries where the legal drinking age is 21. Here in the Bahamas, it's 18. And before that, we're inundated with commercials and TV, and then older siblings and parents and uncles at every family gathering with a beer in hand. And so it really influences our kids to try to drink it or try to partake in these things earlier than normal. Another one is marijuana. Marijuana is very prevalent in the Bahamas. And there are several issues with marijuana use in the Bahamas because it's, first of all, it's an illegal substance. We shouldn't be using it in the Bahamas. However, there's some duality about that, especially in the world today, because we see some uses for marijuana in other countries that have been explored, but then we want to also tell our kids, hey, the marijuana that they're using in the States and they have widely available is monitored, and it is medical grade marijuana. Mm-hmm. It is something that the government has been testing and ensured that it is of good quality in order to sell. The marijuana in the Bahamas is not that. The marijuana that they find on street corners is what we call low-grade marijuana. And not only that, it can be laced with different drugs. One of those drugs, not only cocaine, fentanyl. Fentanyl is a very dangerous drug. You can even touch fentanyl and die. So imagine smoking it. And there's some other substances that they can actually put inside it to try to make it more addictive. And then in the end, what we have found in the Bahamas is that there's a high association between marijuana use and marijuana use or induced psychosis. What does that mean? That means in the Bahamas, there are a lot of children, young people who smoke marijuana and they go what you call crazy. And that's a very sad thing. But it's because the marijuana strains are so, I guess, they're not moderated, they're not monitored. And then some of them are laced. And so we have a lot of young people in Silence Rehabilitation Center that we're treating for marijuana-induced psychosis because they smoked this poor quality marijuana or weed. Okay? So when you hear marijuana, weed, Mary Jane, all is the same. Grass, all is the same. But what we have right now, until the Bahamas is able to legalize it and then put certain stipulations and recommendations on it, it should not be used. It is very dangerous. It is very dangerous to your health. Okay? And another one of the drugs that we've seen a whole lot in the Bahamas, and we hadn't seen before, is something called lean. Now you would hear rappers like Lil Wayne and everyone else talking about these things, right? In their songs. And we even heard of Lil Wayne overdosing on the drug, right? It's a drug that's prepared from cough syrup. We've actually had instances where drug companies in the Bahamas have had to put restrictions on the purchasing of cough medicine because that's how it's created. It's made out of cough medicine. And a lot of our kids, not a whole lot, but some of them, since it's become popular, and it's more popular in the United States, sometimes it becomes popular here, have been taking it with pretty bad results. So we have to be careful of those main ones. And of course, cigarette smoking, right? Cigarettes, tobacco, what's in it is a drug called nicotine, right? And within that group, we want to address cigarettes and then vaping, because we have a lot of kids vaping now. Okay, I'm going to get to that in a second. But when we're talking about cigarettes, we're really talking about cigars, not cigars necessarily, because young children don't usually smoke cigars, but the cigarettes contain a lot of chemicals in them, such as tar, that get inside your lungs when you inhale it, and it destroys your lungs. Now, vaping is very popular in young people. And they think that, hey, you know, it doesn't have the tobacco in it, so it should be okay, or it doesn't have this much and it doesn't have that. And oh, it's fruity, oh, it's strawberry flavored, or whatever else. And they think it's not dangerous, and that could not be further from the truth. The ingredients inside vaping, there's several chemicals, more chemicals than even cigarettes. There's several chemicals in vaping. And once you've taken it, and for a certain amount of time that's undetermined, it could be a month for someone else, it could be 2 years for someone else. What they start to experience is a type of chemical pneumonia in their lungs. And once the lung tissue is destroyed, I want you to know, once you have inflammation and once you have sickness or pneumonia in the lung, that part of the lung that has been damaged, it leaves a bit of scarring. And if you continually do that, then you're going to scar your lung and you're going to have lower lung function, okay? And lower capacity to function. And you need your lungs to breathe. You need your lungs to perform. If you're an athlete or you do track and field or basketball, you need your lungs. You need that gas exchange so that you'll be able to run faster, jump farther, you know? So we want to stay away. Please stay away from vaping. It is not safe. No matter what your friends have told you, it is not safe, okay? Don't destroy your lungs. Don't throw your life away, okay? There are other drugs on the market that have been used in lesser frequency. We know about cocaine, we know about crack cocaine, we know about heroin. Cocaine I've seen before. Not so much in young people, not so much, but it is there, and I want to warn you guys not to bother with it, don't touch it. The reason being is, from one dose of heroin, you can become addicted and strung up. Just for one dose. One dose of crack cocaine, same thing. And at the end of the day, you'll be in a position where you're looking after someone or jonesing for something to supply a need that you never had before. You never needed it. There's always going to be someone who's trying to get you into something or trying to tempt you into doing a drug. And in the end, it's for their benefit, not yours. It's not going to help. I don't care how bad things are. Drugs never help. Okay? So if you need help, if you're going through something very, very stressful, I say, talk to your parents, talk to your teachers, talk to your doctor. When you go in to see your doctors, you can actually ask to see a doctor by yourself. And they'll ask your parent to step outside. You can have a one-on-one with your doctor, and it'll be private, unless it's something that is very, very likely to harm you or cause harm to yourself or cause harm to others. The doctor won't say anything, okay? So it's very, very important that you, as young people, have a relationship with a doctor, with adults you can trust.
Excellent. So you've mentioned mental illness, and of course, with the just onslaught of COVID, just wreaking havoc universally. Yeah. What are you seeing, or how has it impacted that specific demographic, the young adults, young people?
Okay. Regarding mental health, I'll start again. Regarding mental health with our young people, particularly in the last few years, we've seen a spike in certain aspects of mental health or mental health diseases, particularly depression and anxiety And COVID pandemic is largely to blame for that. There are a lot of things that happened during COVID. There were issues with going to school, with seeing friends. You're stuck in the house all day. You're being isolated from loved ones. There are issues whereas some parents are unable to work, and so we had issues with food security, and we had issues with being able to keep the lights on. We had a lot of social issues. We had other issues regarding other social ills, such as child abuse and incest and rape. We had spikes in all of that. And our children have really been suffering through so much through the pandemic. And so there is so much that we can deal with regards to that. There's so much. And then there are issues such as bullying. We've experienced a lot more cyberbullying, a spike in cyberbullying as well. And so those are some of the issues that our children have been experiencing.
Wow. What advice, for example, if someone is depressed, etc., what avenues should they explore just to get some type of help, whether it be medical, professional, spiritual? Where would you direct them to? Which agency?
Okay. Well, firstly, we want to know, how do we know that they're depressed? How do I know that I'm depressed? Okay. One of the main things that we look for is, and especially in children, overall, we know that they feel low, they feel down, like a cloud is over their heads, they feel sad. They may lose interest in things they normally like to do, such as playing video games or going outside or talking on the phone. They may have other issues whereas they refuse to, or they are poorly kept. They have sleeping disorders, sleeping difficulties, lack of desire of eating or eating too much. That can be a symptom, a sign as well. Okay, and they may be withdrawn. That is very important in young people. Whenever they're depressed, or even if they have been assaulted or bullied, they become withdrawn. Okay, change in appearance, personal hygiene, things of that nature. You want to look out for those things with kids, with children around. Okay, a normally boisterous, happy child who all of a sudden stops talking, looks very sad and sullen, doesn't want to speak, doesn't want to communicate. That's one of the signs. Okay, there are resources for our kids. Okay, first and foremost, our parents and the adults around them responsible, teachers and administrators. We are the first line in finding out on determining if there is a problem with our children. Okay, and so knowing these signs and knowing these issues, when you see them, then it will prompt you to pull the child aside and speak to them and ask them how they're doing, if there are any issues there, are there any problems in the home, etc. Okay, so besides that, the next step, if we think they may be depressed, is speaking to your doctor, speaking to your family medicine doctor, speaking to your pediatrician, okay, to a specialist who knows about these issues. Okay, one of the resources that I have been working with and that I know well of that can help address this is the CCAC, that's the Community Counseling and Assessment Center. Okay, it's located on Collins Avenue, and booking an appointment, or when you see your doctor can give you a referral there. Counseling is always a good thing. Okay, whereas you can get to talk these issues out, talking with a physician or with a doctor or a therapist who will keep your information private, who will try to hash out the issues that are going on with you so that we can get you the help you need. Journaling is also something that can actually help you if you're feeling depressed. Writing your thoughts out on paper, even if you don't feel like speaking them, or if you can't speak them or articulate them properly, write them down. Okay? Getting outside is very important. Exercise and sunlight. Okay? There are studies that show that vitamin D, low vitamin D, especially low vitamin D in children and adolescents, is associated with depression. So vitamin D, you get vitamin D from the sun, you get it from a good healthy diet. Okay? A diet high in vitamin D includes milk and milk products, for example, etc. Okay, so, and we have a thing in the Bahamas where our diets are not very, very good. Okay? Because of that, we have high incidences, or there's a whole lot of diabetes and hypertension in our children. You know, we think they're okay, but we have a lot of obesity, a lot of diabetes, and a lot of high blood pressure in children. And that's because they learned it from us, right? This is a Sunday. We're used to having peas and rice, macaroni and cheese, potato salad, a little bit of coleslaw, and 2 meat on the plate, right? And that's a normal meal for us. And our kids eat just as much as we do when they have smaller bodies. So what is that telling us? We're overfeeding them. We're giving them so many calories that their bodies can't process it and it stores as fat, and then we get overweight. Okay? And besides that, if those basic treatments don't work, then we can also go along and say, hey, there may be a medical option in terms of taking certain medicines that might help you along and help you feel better. Given to you by your doctor, of course.
Excellent. Now, we know with depression, it may provoke certain or thoughts of suicide. What are your thoughts on that?
Okay. Well, suicide is unfortunately a result, or maybe a result of untreated depression or untreated psychosis. And we have seen young people, especially young people of the LGBTQ community, feel misunderstood or feel like nobody identifies with them, or they may even feel dejected or discriminated against. And besides that community, there are young people who are experiencing abuse at home. You guys may be experiencing bullying, for example. And the thing about bullying is that we think that bullying only affects children who are being bullied, but that's not what studies say. Studies say even children who witness the bullying happen, they are affected by it as well. And it shows that they experience more feelings of hopelessness and less trust and security in responsible adults. So children who are bullied and children who are not bullied also suffer when they actually witness an act of bullying, okay? And bullying is basically so many things. It's talking about somebody, it's gossiping and starting rumors about them, excluding them intentionally from activities. You know, it can be physical as well, like pushing them, putting your hands on you. And remember, you are never to put your hands on another person. Never do that. That could actually be termed as assault, physical assault, and you can get in trouble legally for that. All right, so let's keep our hands to ourselves, guys, okay? Do not touch, do not push, slap, hit anybody, okay? So those things can actually cause somebody to feel lesser about themselves, less about life, and lose hope in life. And some people have had thoughts of suicide because of that. So I would say that suicide is never, ever, ever the answer. I want you to know that if you are here, you beat out millions of other sperm to meet the egg to be here. That is a 1 in several million chance of you being you, born into this world. That means you are 1, you are strong. 2, you are powerful. 3, you are destined to be here. No one else made it. You made it to that egg. You made it in this world. That meant that God wants you here. And you have a purpose. You just need to find out what that purpose is. But don't give up. Okay? If you are ever thinking about taking your life, calling it a day, or feel like this world is better off without you, please talk to your teacher, talk to your parents, talk to an adult, talk to even the police, talk to someone who can get you some help. Because in the end, the goal is to keep you here alive. And trouble don't last always. It's not going to be like this all the time. You may feel bad now, or you may feel like nobody understands you right now, or you may feel like, oh, I don't have this, I don't have that. But in the end, this is just a stage or a phase in life. It's not going to be like that forever. And the harder you work and the more that you put in the time into helping yourself and getting better, the better your future will look. And you'll look back on this and be like, wow, I made it through that. Okay? So don't give up hope. Whatever it is, don't give up hope. You have help. You have help.
Thank you so much. And that was Dr. Tina Mims. Can you say to the students where they can locate you on social media?
Of course. Well, I am Dr. Tina Mims. You can find me on Instagram at Dr. Tina Mims MD. That's Dr. Tina Mims MD. You can find me at the same moniker, Dr. Tina Mims MD, on Twitter. And you can also find me on Facebook. My Facebook page is Dr. Tina Mims MD. I also have a web page, okay? And it is Dr. Tina Mims, that's MIMS.com.
Thank you so much.
Right.
Do you have a private practice? Let's say a student would like to seek out some medical services, help from you. Where can they reach you?
Of course. Well, I work with the Department of Public Health. I've been with them for 12 years. I'm a family medicine specialist. I also work with the Zonta Club of New Province, and that's helping with women. But not only that, I can be found privately at Phoenix Medical Center, and I can be reached there. I also want you to know that there are several resources that you can use, okay? I've mentioned a lot of issues that face our kids, food security being one. If you have any issues with food security with your family, because food security is a big issue over the last year between 2021 to 2022. The U.S. Department of Agriculture estimated that there was a jump of from about 180 million people to 1.3 billion people in the world are now facing food insecurity. That's a big number, and we are no exception. All right, if you have any issues with that, there are NGOs, that's nonprofits, such as Hands for Hunger, the Bahamas Red Cross, Great Commission Ministries, wonderful people there, Department of Social Services, etc. Okay? Any issues with feeling like you're going to harm yourself, suicide, anything like that, we have suicide prevention hotlines, the Crisis Center, CCAC, that's community counseling and assessment centers, and there are people you can talk to. First and foremost, talk to your doctor, talk to your parents, and then talk to your doctor. Okay, see if you're bullying or if you're experiencing bullying. Talk to your teachers, talk to your administrators, always talk to someone who's older than you who can help. Okay, studies show that talking to the bully and telling them stop bullying you and why it's making you feel that way is not shown to make any difference, so you need to go above them. Okay, and of course, if you know someone who's taking drugs, even if they don't think they're harming themselves, they really are. So it's important to tell an adult about that too, so they can get the help that they need. Okay, addiction is an illness. It's not something that's just fun. It's really an illness, and then people need real treatment for it. So I'll tell you that those are resources that you can use to just deal with the issues that you may face. Okay?
Excellent. Thank you so much. There you have it. That was Dr. Tina Mims. We do appreciate you enlightening us on some of the challenges in the health and wellness space that young adults are facing. Thank you once again, and we look forward to having you on this platform to impart the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding that you've gained in your profession to help students overcome the challenges that they face in this area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello guys, so thank you for having me. My name is D.R.C. Raming Jr. and I've been asked to do a presentation on the topic of wealth creation investments. I want to spend some time going through it and sharing a little bit of my story with you guys, and hopefully it'll help guide you along your way. So a little bit about some of the topics that I want to cover. And the first one is value creation. And it's all going to make sense when I go through it, so bear with me. The first is value creation. The second is entrepreneurship. The third is education. And finally, all of that's going to come together in this wealth creation that everybody loves to talk about. So why listen to me? I'm just a talking head with a guy with some slides. And you know, so I'm a person that grew up in a business family. So surrounded by business people that are really think about money and making money and doing these things. I'm 32 years old, so I'm not too old. So hopefully I'm a little bit relatable. And another key thing about me is most of my wealth comes from my company. My company is ArrowACX, and I'm the one who created it. So, you know, it is very possible for you to create wealth in this world. And I'm not ashamed to say this, but it took me very, very many years to do this. And I did it the hard way. And the hard way is through education and entrepreneurship. And by education, I have an engineering degree, which is a long time in school, 4 extra years. And I also have a law degree, which is another long time in school, another 3 years. So this is just, I'm just pointing this out to you. So if you could, as we go through these topics that I brought up, you'll be able to gain some insight. So obviously, you can't do this by yourself. That's one of the key things that the sooner you realize, no matter how smart you are, no matter how talented you are, no matter, you know, what silver spoons you have in your mouth, or if you have no silver spoons, it doesn't matter. You cannot make it through this world to any significant level by yourself. So the sooner you realize that, the sooner you'll surround yourself with amazing people. These people are part of my team. They have a lot of different types of degrees and a lot of different types of stuff. That doesn't matter so much, but what matters is whatever you are doing, you need a team with you to do it. And the sooner you realize that, the sooner you'll be on your way. So let's talk about some of the important stuff. The first thing is value creation. So what is this thing, value? Value is, as business people love to talk about, it is that feeling or that thing that you create for your customer that inspires them so much that they reach into your pocket and they give you money. And that's where money comes from. Money comes from your customer. And so it sounds really simple. You can make it complicated, but that's essentially it is. We don't get paid from ourselves. So as soon as you realize that you have to do other things for other people for money, it changes your outlook. And so there are actually 4 ways really to create or extract value. I'm going to use those words. The first way is you could be born wealthy or marry wealthy. Power to you if that's you. If it's not you, you still got 3 other ways. The second way is to have a great skill. So think of like a doctor has a great skill. They spend a lot of time in school honing that skill. And then when someone gets sick, like someone has to have someone work on their heart or their brain, they get paid a lot of money for that. So that's a great skill. Basketball player is also a great skill, but sometimes you got to be born 7 foot tall, you know, really athletic. You know, that's some people as well. And I want to come back to that because your skill is related to how much income you earn. And certain skills pay more than other skills. So that's something to keep in mind. Another way is you could be an entrepreneur, entrepreneurship, and that's dealing directly with the customer. And that is crazy difficult because it's crazy competitive and there's a lot of moving parts that you have to kind of manage and get good at managing those things. And so that's for some people, but not for everybody. And then lastly, the way that everybody should really pay attention to and work on is learning how to become an investor. And that's how you take your excess and you put your excess to work for you. So let's start with entrepreneurship. So entrepreneurship is about adding value to the customer. So everybody's had experiences with businesses that they love and businesses that they hate. And how do you describe it? It's like when you reach into your pocket. There's sometimes you reach into your pocket and you love paying for that service or product to the point where it makes you excited to spend your hard-earned money, and that's adding value. Now, there are also sometimes where you feel begrudgingly like you have to pay for this thing and you almost feel cheated, and that's extracting value. And so you want to, I want to encourage everybody here to always leave people with a sense that you've made their life better, because that's how you add value as an entrepreneur. You're making your customers' lives better. Some of the difficult parts of it is that it is really difficult to coordinate all this stuff. You got the law, you got accounting, you got the business skill itself, the service, you got all these different moving parts. You got to deal with the tax authorities, and you got to deal with the government, and you got to deal with the suppliers, and you got to deal with a lot of different types of people, and then you got to deal with employees, and then you got to deal with shareholders. So it can be really complicated really quickly. So that's not for everybody, like I said. But the good part about it is that it can only be done at a big level as part of a team. So you may not feel like you are crazy enough to juggle all that stuff in your head and be the team leader. That's the founder. But you could find yourself as part of the team as the most valuable player, or a second or a third, because there's a lot of moving parts and people have to fill those parts. So keep that in mind, that we all kind of have a role to play, and we should all be doing better for it. The next way is education. So education is really important, because at the end of the day, we have these physical bodies and these physical minds, and at the end of the day, one of the things that we have all have, or most of us have, is the ability to work and to exchange our labor for income. And so when you get that in your mind, that everybody, even if you're really wealthy, you should work, you have to train your mind and your body and gather skills and credentials so that you can make yourself the most valuable person to exchange your labor for, because that puts you in the best negotiating position. So for example, one of the reasons that the big basketball players make a bunch of money is because there are just so few people in the world that can dunk on Shaq. That's just the reality. So they have a very, very valuable skill set. But likewise, also a lawyer. A lawyer has very technical work, or even let's not use necessarily an educated thing, an electrician, or a carpenter. Some of them can make quite a bit of money. So it's important that when you hone in on what you want to do and how you want to add value, you get the most amount of skills and credentials, and you constantly learn and educate yourself, because it's going to make you more valuable and your labor more valuable. The next type of education is financial education. And financial education is about taking your excess, that excess money that you get from time to time, the money that you don't need to spend, and you can put it away by investing it in different investment vehicles. And that's a lifelong skill. You got to learn how to do it. But the reality is what you're trying to do is you're trying to add value to the world by putting your excess money to work. And usually it's putting it to work with those crazy entrepreneurs that have kind of figured it out and are trying to get to the next level. And so that investment is how you can actually take that excess, put it to work. So while you're working and building and gathering up more excess, your your excess starts to make some returns, and then you have more money to now invest some more and grow some more and grow some more, and over time you can become very wealthy, even just working a normal job if you do it properly. So two types of education: skills and your credentials and your financial education. And finally, it all kind of comes together in your wealth. So taking all of those different parts, the value creation, doing things for other people, entrepreneurship as a pathway of creating money for the customer, getting educated, improving yourself so that your labor is as valuable as it can get to put yourself in a good position. All of this comes together in your personal wealth. And your personal wealth is basically very simple. You got to produce more than you consume. So we live in this society of buy all the time. I mean, I like to buy things. I like to go to Miami. I like to consume. I like to enjoy a good meal. But if you like to do that more than the value you've produced for other people, you're going to quickly find yourself in debt. You're going to quickly find yourself behind. You're going to quickly find yourself on this wheel that never seems to get any better. So part of this is learning how to give more to the world than you take yourself. And that's really hard. It takes you a little while to get the skills. Sometimes life has to punch you in the head a couple times for you to realize that it's important. But the reality is that you have to invest. You have to get to that point where you can create a surplus. And then once you have that surplus, you can take that surplus and invest it. And so that's part of it, because ultimately your net worth is the amount of assets, which is the things you own, minus the liabilities, which is the things you owe money on. And so once you do that, you can over time get this surplus, and it sounds not difficult to do, but it is difficult to do because all of these things require a shift in the mind. And once you make that shift in the mind, you can build on these blocks. But the first shift in the mind is that you have to recognize that it's up to you. You know, you guys are young adults about to go out in the world. Well, the first thing you're going to realize is that, mommy and daddy are not going to be there to take care of you forever. And so you have to recognize in yourself that I have to take my own destiny into my own hands. And the choices that I make are going to affect my life going forward. Not that you can't make bad choices and not that you can't recover from them, but you should think about these things. You should talk to your teachers about these things. You should get on a path. And ultimately, you can do a lot of different things to make money. So do things that are going to help people. Because I want to end with these key takeaways. We'll get qualified in that area because it makes you more marketable. It makes you more, it gives you the ability to have fun, to get paid, to be able to put yourself in the best position to have a surplus. Because at the end of the day, a couple of, like I was in school for, I just finished graduating with a law degree at the age of 31, 31. And so the reality is that, you're in school forever and da-da-da. Well, I hope all of you intend to be older one day, be 31 one day. So the only thing that's going to happen is you're going to get older anyway. So you might as well do the sacrifice when you're young, get the skills and credentials that you need to be able to step up there for the big business later on in your life. So life is going to come at you, and you're only going to get older. So put yourself in the best position. The next thing is, I would say, you got to learn how to invest. Investing is a skill that is very personal. Your money has to do with your own psychology, what you find acceptable risk. Some people are big risk takers. Other people like really slow and steady along the way. So you have to discover that. And the only way to discover that is to start investing and find out. You're going to make some money. You're going to lose some money. Every investment has risk to it. and nothing is guaranteed in this life, but it doesn't mean that you cannot figure out and try certain things. And so the sooner you start, the sooner you're going to discover about yourself. Another thing is, I suggest all of you while you're young is figure out if entrepreneurship is for you. Figure out if you can deal with all of the stress and responsibility, and figure that out as early on as possible, and be honest with yourself. Some people love the thrill of having all of this responsibility and being the decision maker, and the buck stops with them, and some people hate that. Some people say, no, I'd rather be the number two. I'm the general, that when the great leader says, move into that direction, I move, and he worries about certain things, I worry about my task. It's really good to know that, because the reality is entrepreneurs, like myself, need people that fill in those roles, that are good role players. And good role players need entrepreneurs to help coordinate everything. So once you find out your best way of adding value, then you can go forward and know kind of what roles you want to play, because there are many ways to play this game called life, and you should be in a position that you in a place that you love doing. The worst thing to realize is to have wasted a bunch of time doing something you didn't want to do. Another thing is, and this is really important because I put this down 3 different ways, because it's the same idea captured in different ways. You gotta make more than you take, okay? You gotta produce more than you consume. And ultimately, you gotta give more to the world than you get. And once you put yourself in that mindset, all of this, the assets and the wealth and all. Hi, yeah, so my phone died. So I'm shooting this in 2 takes. But thank you very much for allowing me to speak to you guys about the topic of wealth creation. Thank you to Purpose Path. What you guys are doing is great. It's really important that you students think about these things, get yourself in a direction, try and help people, and then learn the skills, and never stop learning. The better you get at learning these things, investing, obviously your own skill and you're improving your own labor, then the better off you're able to negotiate with life, because life is a negotiation, and you don't get what you deserve, you get what you negotiate. So thank you very much, and thank you again, and have a blessed one. Good luck.
Good day, and thank you so much for this opportunity. I am Asante Small, co-owner of the Bush Cook, a marketing maven and creative strategist. It is my privilege to be here to be able to offer my expertise, my experiences, and share with you my advice in speaking with 2 very important topics for me, which is 1, marketing, and 2, entrepreneurship. Marketing is what I do, and entrepreneurship is just who I am, I believe. And so I wanted to touch on both of them, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. So firstly, let's jump right into entrepreneurship. I am the co-owner of the Bush Cook. My husband and I have created this business. And so we're celebrating 7 years this year. So we're very grateful. But prior to that, I believe that entrepreneurship has always been my life. I grew up in a family where my grandmother owned her own bar and takeaway my entire life. And so ownership was something that I saw as normal. And then my mother always, despite her having a 9-to-5, always had a small business of her own in selling clothes and accessories. And so what I learned from her was just understanding that entrepreneurship gives you the freedom and the opportunity to expand your income, to be able to provide more, to be able to choose a lifestyle that works best for you. And so entrepreneurship, I think, has always been ingrained in me, just naturally. I always knew that I would own businesses. When it came to my coursework for BJC and BGCSE, I always leaned towards those type of topics and those type of coursework. In college, I knew in getting my degree, I knew that I needed to pick a degree that made sense to my career development, but also knowing that at the end of the day, this is the businesses or the type of opportunities I wanted to be exposed to. My background is in international business with marketing. And so I've always been along the marketing line of things, but I believe, again, that entrepreneurship has been in me. And in doing so, I want to give people advice when we talk about entrepreneurship, and I want to share 5 things with you just very briefly. The first thing is have a plan. When we discussed, starting Bush Cook, we had an idea. I don't necessarily know if we had a plan. Did we have a vision? Yes, we had a bigger picture. I think we knew what we wanted to develop. I think we believed what we wanted to achieve, but we didn't have it in black and white. And so that's why when we started out, the intent was a breakfast place, and then we grew, and now it's grown to what it is today. Because to me, the vision just happened to work. Purpose happened to work. However, I think we need to always have a plan when we're building a business. So as we build our other businesses, we are always mindful to set the plan, set the action plan, set the action agenda of what we want to accomplish. And so that's number one, have a plan. And that's a formal plan in terms of a business plan, having a marketing plan, a staffing plan, have a crisis plan coming out of COVID. I think people have to think more and more now, is my business COVID proof? Is it pandemic proof? Can I survive shutdowns and lockdowns? Can I survive a curfew? And so having a plan, thinking about the full scope of what you're trying to achieve is key. The second advice I would give is have capital. And a lot of times when people talk about capital, they talk about it from a standpoint of money. And I think that's very important. You have to have capital. But on top of having capital, you have to have capital and resources and capacity. So what I mean is, do you have the talent? Do you have the time? Do you have the energy? Do you have the educational knowledge to build this particular business? And so you really need to ensure that you have the capital. The very third thing is have a team. No business can run, in my opinion, by yourself. No man is a team. No man is an island. I don't care if it's someone who is just coming in to support you and assist you. I think it's necessary that you have someone else. I say this because a lot of times as entrepreneurs, you can get very locked down into singular focus and singular perspective. And so by having a partner, by having partners or investors, having employees, having a team member, even just having a mentor, just knowing that you have someone to, one, guide you, offer advice to you, share their perspective with you, but also someone to hold you accountable. That's very important in business. So we've already discussed about having a plan. We've spoken about having capital. We're talking about having help, having a team, not doing it alone. The fourth thing is build it, but also promote it. A lot of times people have these amazing ideas. They get the storefronts, they build all of this, but when it's time to get to it, there's no money or little money for budgeting of marketing. Now, I'm biased in this because this is what I do, but I tell you that it does not make no sense to have a business that sits there and you forget it, okay? You have to be able to promote it, whether it's word of mouth, whether it's WhatsApp, whether it's Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, emails, whether it's picking up the phone and calling people, whether it's cold calling and going into places and introducing yourself. You have to make the time and the money to promote your business. And number 5, make it make sense, right? And I say this as a very broad general advice when it comes to entrepreneurship, and that's make it make sense. Make it make sense in terms of what is sustainable now. I am a very big dreamer, big ideas, big concepts, and sometimes that it goes way beyond my scope of today. So yes, the vision is clear, and yes, this is achievable eventually. But today, this is what we can do. This is our capacity. This is our, I don't want to say limitations, but this is what is reasonable in this season to see progress, and allow yourself time to move forward. Allow yourself to be able to grow and evolve. You know, what our brand was 7 years ago is not what it is now. And more, each and every day we grow. And I know I originally said 5, but I think I'm going to add a 6th one: service first. A lot of times when we get into entrepreneurship, it's because we say we don't work for no one else. And I want to be very clear with people that you might not have to clock in and be accountable to someone else or wait on someone else in terms of writing your check, but you are accountable to your customers. You are accountable to your staff. You do have bosses. It's just that you have more than one now because that's your customers. So a lot of times people trying to duck 9 to 5 and use entrepreneurship as a scapegoat, but it's not. You cannot escape service. You cannot escape it. You have to serve your customers, meet their needs, address their complaints, hear their feedback, ensure they are satisfied. You have to retain them. A lot of people forget that part. You have to retain your customers. And so service is necessary. And you have to serve your employees. And they don't tell you about that. I could tell you when we got into business and we talked about the scope of it, we thought about what we was giving out to the public. But at the end of the day, your employees can make or break your business. And so what I mean is you have to serve them. You have to find ways to reward them, promote them, inspire them, and encourage them. And that's not an easy thing to do. I don't care if you have 1 employee or 100. It requires of you to be of service to that person who you need to be of service to you and your company. So that's my 6, right? Have a plan, know your capital, be able to promote it, be able to make it make sense, and remember that it's service in all that you do. Now we're going to tap over to the marketing side of things. Now, marketing is what I do. That's my baby. A lot of people know the Bush Cook for our creative specials, our creative ideas, how we're able to take something as simple as an Olympic gold medal winning or something that's trending on social media and make it into a special. It's not so much about that, but it's because we've made that our signature. And the reason we made it our signature approach was because people get tired of the same thing. And that's not how we operate as business owners. My husband and I, Corey, we know that people get tired. Like, okay, if I had chicken and fries from you on Monday, fettuccine from you on Tuesday, tacos on Wednesday, a burger from you on Thursday, by Friday, tired. If you are so lucky that a customer even visits your business that much, you want to ensure that they have options, variety, and you keep it alive and fresh for them. And so these specials have allowed us to do that. Now, a lot of people see us doing that and say, oh, we could do that too. But what makes us different is our attention to detail. It is our delivery. It's in our graphics, our branding, our consistency, our attention to detail. There's cute little things that we add in there that we think of to make it really seal the deal of not just another special, but make this special something different. And something we really strive on. And so I want to encourage you that marketing is important, even if business or entrepreneurship is not your journey. And why I say that is because, one, personally, you have to always promote your brand. You are a brand. When you go on a job interview, the way that you carry yourself, the way that you speak to other people, what people say about you, what is the word about you? What do people refer? Can people refer you? Are you trustworthy? Are you dependable? What is your brand? What do people know you as? Do people know you as someone who is excellent? Do people know you as someone who follows through? Or do people know you as someone who's lazy or has a bad attitude or not focused? Those type of things all boils down to your personal brand. And the beauty of that is you get to control that. You get to control your narrative and be able to say, this is who I am and this is how I present myself. The second thing is that even if you're not a part of a small business or own a small business, whichever business or company that you are part of, you are part of their branding. You are a mouthpiece. You are part of their marketing team, whether you are part of the marketing team or not. Because whether you wear a logo on your shirt or on your hat or on your badge, or even the fact that people just know that you work there, you represent them. And so I think it's it's appropriate that everyone understands the value in marketing. And so my 3 tips are very simple. 1, be honest. Be honest about who you are, what you provide, what you can do, how you operate, your capacity. Be honest. People see through it. People want transparency. People want genuine attachments and connections. Be honest. The second advice is be consistent. So whatever it is you decide to do, whatever method of marketing you choose, whether it's social media, whether it's word of mouth, whether it's TV ads or newspaper ads and traditional media, be consistent and have a standard about you. When people see your graphic, when people see your flyer, when they hear your radio ad, when they hear you speak, they know that you represent a standard and a quality that aligns with your brand and your quality of service. And thirdly, my advice to you when it comes to marketing is be creative. It's very easy, especially in a digital world, to get caught up and to say, oh, I see this and I like this idea, and that's fine. But how do you make it your own? How do you see that TV ad and say, oh, I can make something like this? No, I can make something exactly like this. How do you separate yourself in the market and make yourself stand out as an individual, as an employee, as a business owner? How do you make yourself stand out? What makes you look different? What makes you sound different? What makes you operate different? How do you set yourself apart? And do that consistently, okay? So marketing isn't as technical or crazy or hard as people make it seem, but it does require work. It does require time and money, and more so time over money. And it requires creativity. And being your true self makes that easy. Be honest, okay? Remember to always be honest and be genuine. And I encourage you, as you strive in business, as you strive in your professional career development, as you strive if you want to get into marketing, I want to encourage you to be your best self, to own your niche, to own what is amazing about you, own what you're amazing at, and what people can know you for and remember you for, and be that. It's easy to imitate what's in the world. It takes work and effort to be yourself, but I promise you it's profitable and commendable in doing so. So I thank you so much for listening, and I wish you all the best in your endeavors. Remember to continue to soar and own who you are. And as you grow in your business, as you grow in your profession, as you grow within yourself, be your best self. Love who you are and create and show the world how amazing you can be. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Kenton Hepburn.
And I'm Shanae Smith.
And we're Unseen Media. Unseen Media is a media company that focuses on providing the best solutions to visual communication and storytelling. We do this by providing photography, video production, graphic design, and content creation services. Outside of providing these services, we also hope to empower youth by providing them with opportunity and education.
We were established in 2016 while at university because we felt as though we were not being offered opportunity. So we decided to create our own opportunity for ourselves and others. The name Unseen derives from the untold stories and underutilized talents of our nation's youth. We believe that everyone deserves to have their story told in a meaningful and impactful way, and we do that through the use of skillful media.
the work is getting even better and better and better. And when you have that kind of commitment to your craft, the work kind of just speaks for itself and your reputation goes far.
So one of the ways that we were able to help build and grow our business was through building connections. If you're thinking about going into entrepreneurship, one of the most important things that you can do is build healthy relationships and connections. So one of the ways that you can do that is by applying for a job or interning. And once persons see that you are actually passionate, dedicated, skilled, and committed to getting the job done, they are more likely to refer you to other persons. And that's where word of mouth comes in. You know, we have a community of professionals that we've worked with over the years, and just about every month we can bet on someone saying, okay, once we get a client, we always ask them, how did you hear about us? And they would say, oh, Christoph referred me to you. Anisha referred me to you. So that's the importance of having a community of persons, especially inside a business network and setting to help build and grow your business.
Another major factor that we utilized to grow and expand our business was social media. I think everybody knows that using digital media and social media is of immense importance when it comes to running a business. If you are not on social media, it may as well be as though you don't exist. Unseen Media started during a time when social media ads were just really becoming popularized, and obviously we started when we were university students, so we didn't have access to a huge amount of capital. So it was really useful that we could just spend, $5, $10 and have our work be seen by hundreds, sometimes thousands of people. And this is something that we still utilize to this day. We have obviously kind of refined it and utilized it so that we can tailor it to our demographic a little bit more. And that's something that is really important when growing your business, is to make sure that you're continuously advancing and continuously evolving along with technology.
And speaking about not having access to capital, if you're looking to start a business, one of the best things that you can do before you consider going full-time is to actually apply for a job. Let's say hypothetically that you make $2,000 a month from your job. And let's say you have this piece of equipment that you want to buy for your business that costs $1,000. So one of the ways you can actually get that piece of equipment is that you say, okay, every month I'm going to set aside $300 out of my paycheck so I can purchase this equipment. So if you are putting down $300 every month, within the next 3 to 4 months, you'll have enough money to purchase that $1,000 piece of equipment. All right? So if you're being an entrepreneur full-time, straight out the gate, without having access to that capital, it's going to be a bit more difficult, because now you're using your funds and your resources to pay your bills, pay your expenses, enjoy life, and try to invest inside your business. So it's very difficult, not impossible, but it's very difficult to go full-time into entrepreneurship. So what we would encourage persons to do both simultaneously, do both at the same time. Have your job and also invest inside your business. And what you want to do, you also want to scale your business over time to make sure that your business is making as close as possible to what you're making inside your job. So if you decide, okay, I now want to go full time into my business, you now have that option because you put in the necessary work.
And something that is really important to keep in mind is all of the things that we've listed before are just tools. Something that's really important when growing your business and evolving as a company is you have to consistently be growing in terms of your mindset and growing in terms of the work that you're putting out. It's all well and good to be applying these tools, but if you are not consistently getting better, then it doesn't make sense applying that. So it's important that you stay consistent and you stay hungry and you stay getting better with each and every piece of work that you put out, so that people can see the growth and people can look back a year ago and say, wow, this has really grown, you're consistently getting better, and I can see the difference in terms of the work that you're putting out.
And one of the ways that you can consistently get better too, find a mentor. Find persons who work that you admire or that inspire you and ask them, hey, can I have an opportunity to learn how to shoot these things? Can I tag along with you on a shoot, or can I tag along to see how you operate your business? So mentorship, very important factor, and also education is important too. Now, when I say education, you don't necessarily have to go to school to start a media business or any other business. It is encouraged, but the main factor is that you have to educate yourself. If you're interested in doing something, search up something on YouTube, search up something on Google. Information is key, and information is what is going to accelerate and take your business to that next level once you apply it. You can have the information, but if you don't apply that information properly, it won't be useful at all.
So some advice that I would give to anyone that is interested in becoming an entrepreneur is, before anything, make sure that you have your why. And what I mean by that is make sure you have a solid reasoning for why you want to start this business outside of financial gain. Because speaking from experience, there are going to be days in your entrepreneurship journey that there has to be something pushing you outside of just wanting to do it to make money. So what a why is you can think about, what problem do you want to solve? You can think about what contribution do you want to make to society or your community, and figure out what exactly is going to drive you to get out of bed in the morning outside of just a paycheck. And outside of having that why, like Anton said earlier, make sure that you stay a student and consistently research, because there are going to be elements of your entrepreneurship journey that you don't know. Just staying open to receiving that information and making sure that the main factors of your business that are at the forefront are not the only things that you're learning. We're a media company, but we also have to do things in terms of accounting. We also have to know things about marketing. Make sure that you're coming to this entrepreneurship journey as a multidimensional and multifaceted person. Even if you have to know just surface level information of accounting, marketing, all of those things, make sure that you have some level of information so that you're not going into it blindly. And the most important thing that you should be learning is customer service, business etiquette, because that is a huge problem in the Bahamas. A lot of people want to become entrepreneurs, but they don't know the first thing about being someone with a level of professionalism.
And one of the things that I think is really important as well, when you're considering being an entrepreneur or starting a business, you also want to consider, what type of business model am I going to have? Am I going to be a sole owner? Am I going to be a partnership? So why that is very important as well, me and Sinead, we have a partnership, right? So when we started our company, we both know that we have strengths and weaknesses. And when Sinead mentioned being able to know a little bit of everything, or just at least surface level things, there are things that I know that Sinead doesn't know, and there are things that Sinead knows that I don't know. And because that is my weakness and that's her strength, we're able to complement that and build a very strong company. Now, if you're a sole trader or a sole owner, that's a little bit more difficult, because now you're doing everything. You're doing the accounting, you're doing the marketing, you are operating the business. That is a lot of pressure. Not impossible, but it makes things very difficult. And one of the very important things too about having a partnership, or just even having a business, is ensuring that you have the right persons, because the right persons can kill your business, right? They can be very skilled or talented, but like Sinead said, customer service. If they have a poor attitude, that is going to reflect inside your business, and your business is not going to get to that level where it needs to be because of that. Always remember that. Persons will always remember how you made them feel when you interact with them inside your business.
Facts.
Now, this portion here is our personal advice, because we know that not everyone has a faith life or religious or spiritual life. But both me and Sinead, we believe in God, and we have accepted Jesus Christ as our Lord and our personal Savior. So the very important part about doing anything in life, even just outside of business, is having a close and personal relationship with Jesus Christ. And we just don't mean just going to church, but getting to know Him for yourself, right? There are going to be circumstances in your life that are going to come to break you down or tear you apart. And in our experience, the only person and the only thing that has been able to kept us, that has been able to keep us in a sound mind and be able to rebound was our relationship with God, right? He has a plan for all of our lives, right? Plans to do us good and not to do us harm. So it's very important that you believe in Him inside everything that you do, and that you allow Him to guide and direct every step and path inside your life. Even though you may not understand why you're going through a certain situation at a certain point in time, eventually He will reveal to you why you had to go through that situation. And ultimately, I believe that that situation is going to help inspire others or bring them closer to their faith, right? So when we go into difficult circumstances inside our life, we can either allow those circumstances to do two things, and that can either bring us closer to God or bring us further away from Him to make us better off better. So I definitely, and we definitely recommend having a relationship with God and getting to know Him by yourself as well.
Amen. I agree with everything Kenton said, and I just want to offer some advice to three types of people. The first one is, generally everyone, and the individual that is thinking about starting a business and the individual that has started a business but they haven't seen the level of success that they want to see. So the first one I would like to say is, like Kenton said, make sure that you have a relationship with God. I wholeheartedly and sincerely believe that the reason that Unseen Media is so blessed and favored is because we commit our plans to the Lord. And the Bible says to commit your works to the Lord and all of your plans will succeed. And in everything that we do, we always make sure that, we pray and we commit our plans and our ideas to God first and foremost before we make any decisions. Secondly, to the person that's thinking about starting a business, a lot of times we can overthink and we can doubt ourselves and feel as though we're not capable, or we can feel as though the industry is too saturated, I can't jump in. But you need to have confidence in yourself, have faith in your ability, and understand that even if the worst case scenario is that you fail, understand that failure does not have to be a negative. You can look at it as a lesson, so that when you decide to take on your next venture, you can use the lessons from that first failure and apply it so that you become better. And lastly, for the person that hasn't seen the level of success that they want to see as yet, understand that success is not an overnight thing. I know that sometimes we can see people with, the significant level of success, and we're looking at them like, boy, I really wish that I had this level of success. It looks like, they had this overnight. But anything that is worth keeping and worth having, it takes work, it takes consistency, and it doesn't happen overnight. Overnight success is not going to last. You have to be consistent. You have to understand that somebody else, they might be on chapter 50 and you're on chapter 3, and you're comparing your chapter 3 success to their chapter 50. So understand that everything worth having takes time.
To add to that point, right, when we are looking at comparisons, comparison is the thief of joy. So, right, you may see this person, like Shanae said, in chapter 50, and you're inside chapter 3. But the more that you compare yourself, the more that you set yourself up for being disappointed. Be content and be grateful for every situation that you have, right? Just because we see someone at chapter 50, you don't know the difficulties and the circumstances that they went through to get to that certain point in time. So always remember, be grateful in everything that you do, and always remember to be humble. Once you humble yourself, God will exalt you to places that you have never even thought of, and He'll use your talents to bring you before great men. So always remember that. Be humble. Do not compare yourself to anyone, and be content in everything that you have. Because if you're thankful for the small things, God will definitely reward you with the greater things. But a very important component of that is for us to be obedient. I know a lot of times we get a lot of messages saying, you're going to get your next breakthrough, this is going to happen, but that is not going to happen unless you be obedient to God's voice when He's telling you to do something.
So thank you guys for watching. We hope that this has brought some level of encouragement or inspiration, and we hope that you guys have gained something from this.
Hi, I'm Joel Moxie. I'm a real estate broker and appraiser here in the Bahamas, and I've been practicing real estate for near 20 years.
Can you let us know what are some of the requirements for entering the real estate industry?
Well, for those at the entry level, there is the apprenticeship. You enter as an apprentice with a real estate broker, and you practice for a few months to a year to 2 months and 2 years until the exam, when the exam is administered, is the salesman's exam, and it's actually held or administered annually, twice annually, if I'm not mistaken, twice annually, and it's a week preparation course. You're sponsored by your broker, who you would have been apprenticing with, and it is a fairly reasonable exam. It tests one's knowledge and expertise on the real estate business in the Bahamas. How well you know the act and how well you know the practice of real estate to provide a professional service to your clients.
Great. Can you tell us a little about the real estate industry in the Bahamas, how it got its start?
Well, the real estate, it's interesting. The real estate in the Bahamas had a real estate association very early on, and this would have been in the 40s and perhaps even earlier. And for whatever reason, the association fell to the side, and it was disbanded, and of course we didn't quite have an association, but the Real Estate Act of 1995, the government of the Bahamas saw the need to have the Bahamas Real Estate Association license and register real estate salesmen and brokers, and also to control and to regulate, to manage the practice of real estate. So the Bahamas Real Estate Association has been appointed by government for that purposes.
Okay. You mentioned that there is a certification and that it's a 1-week course. What is the cost?
The cost is, at the moment, it's about $2,200, and that covers the books and instruction, a week's instruction course, and of course the examination.
Okay, great. So I would have taken this certification and passed, and now I'm a licensed realtor. Can you elaborate or share on the code of conduct that governs this industry?
Again, the Real Estate Salesmen and Brokers Act of 1995 provides provides the guidance and the regulation for new agents and for the practice of real estate in the Bahamas. And that covers someone who is new in the industry, performing as a salesman, and also for brokers. The code, in other words, directs how one's ethically performs and provide the service of real estate, the do's and the don'ts. And it's very similar to, in many instances, nowadays we have other elements of the law that helps to regulate real estate. The KML, Know Your Customers, and also the money laundering legislations, the financial services legislation that manages financial institutions also applies to the real estate industry. So it is an industry that is well managed by those three pieces of legislation, and is expected that as a real estate person or real estate professional that you are familiar with the Act, all three of the Acts, so that you provide a service without getting into any complications or issues.
Would you say that real estate is seasonal? What are the best times to sell prime pieces of property, or it doesn't work that way?
Well, you say seasonal. Real estate is like any other investment. It's an investment that you decide that is good for you and the timing is right for you, and you look to hold these kinds of investments over an extended period of time. These are not real estate. Generally is not a type of investment that you a short-term investment where you hold, unless you are a developer or you're buying and refurbishing and renovating and flipping homes. That is a part of the industry, a sector of the industry. But in general, it's an industry that where you're looking to buy and hold for an extended period of time, more than 1 year when I say that. And you want capital appreciation, so you have an increase in price, or you've done some renovation or infusion to the property to create some value, and then you want to try to sell to get a return on your investment. So regarding seasonal, we see generally in the winter months, because of our climate, there are a lot of interest, more than above maybe other times of the year. But in general, for example, in the last year, since COVID-19, post-COVID-19, which was last year, in the last year and a half, there has been an increase of interest in Bahamian real estate by the international buyers. So I would say real estate is an excellent investment opportunity, and if you're thinking about investing, it is one of the type of a class of investment that you really need to consider, because in the Bahamas, land, in a sense, in many of our capital cities are scarce. And there's a lot, for example, when you think about New Providence itself, we're not making any more land. And so if you feel like you want to buy, I would say get with a registered or licensed real estate agent or a broker and look at opportunities available to you, because the return can be extremely rewarding.
Okay, that's great. I imagine that there would be downtimes within the industry. Not every day or week or month may be a lucrative one. What tips can you give the students just to capitalize on the downtime in the real estate industry?
Downtime. Well, the real estate industry is dynamic, and I wouldn't quite classify or use that caricature of downtime, but there are times when, for example, after Harkin Dorian, there were wonderful opportunities that would not have been there in the islands, particularly Abaco and Grand Bahama, where the prices of properties were compromised, and some owners decided that they did not want to renovate and decide to sell. In those unfortunate incidents, there were wonderful opportunities where those properties could have been bought at a considerable lower price or value than they originally had prior to Hurricane Dorian. So you have to be cognizant of the fact that in general, real estate in the Bahamas has a history of growing in value, and even when the economy is bad, doesn't mean that prices fall. Prices may remain perhaps stagnant, but doesn't mean they fall like they are in many major markets in the U.S. Because of the fact that land in the Bahamas is scarce, and our industry is structured differently than those in North America and perhaps other cities around the world.
Okay, that's great. How important is research, knowing the market before you enter the market?
Research is crucial. Like any other market, if you are going to invest, acquire or purchase an asset, you need to know as much as possible about that industry. And so the real estate industry is an industry that if you are thinking about investment, you need to take set time aside to research the market, look to see how the market has performed over the last 5 to 10 years, talk to real estate agents and brokers, and ask for guidance on where the market is headed, and in general, decide where it is that you want to, what is your area of interest? Are you in commercial? Are you in residential? Are you interested in going after perhaps maybe rental properties? Or are you thinking about investing in a home? Or again, as I say, maybe a home along with a few rental units attached to it. So you have to really focus on what it is that you want to achieve and what are your long-term goals.
That is excellent. That is excellent. With the advancement of technology, I see where social media is being used to promote one's business. How important is it to use or make use of social media in the real estate industry?
Like all industries, social media has impacted and certainly disrupt the way the industry has been performing over the years. Gone are the days when you had to drive out and look around in your car and look for a property, or get on an aircraft and fly to, say, the Family Islands. There's no longer. Social media has been able to provide us with real-time information on existing properties in our Family Islands and even here right in Nassau. So, and that exposure is not only to Bahamians, but it is to investors all around the world. So you are competing really with worldwide buyers for properties in the Bahamas. And so that has affected the demand for Bahamian real estate.
Okay, that's great. Social media definitely is the way to go nowadays, and it's more affordable and efficient, and the reach is even greater.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yes.
The reach is as I said, as a Bahamian, you are not only buying properties, or if you see a property online or somewhere on social media, that information is not only available to you, that is available to millions of people around the world. And there are lots of people around the world who wants to be in a warm climate, in a safe place like the Bahamas, with steady government and friendly people, and great environment to be. So you might feel a bit pressured, but if we didn't have the right circumstances, our real estate and certainly our economy would not be at the level where we are today.
That's excellent. Okay, for a student who is graduating or coming up out of school, they probably would have gotten their first job or maybe been fortunate enough to start their career, or anyone graduating from an academic institution. What advice would you give them if they would wish to purchase a piece of property? Would you say go for a residential property or purchase an income generating property? What advice would you give to a graduate?
I say look at the circumstances that impacts your lifestyle. Perhaps you might be approached thinking about starting a family, or perhaps that is not on your horizon. So if you're thinking about starting a family, you might want to consider an income producing property along with space or a unit that is available to your family, and you can have 1 or 2 units that can produce income for you to help subsidize the mortgage. That is an excellent way of, as I say, of making an investment and certainly subsidizing the impact of a mortgage on a young family. If you're thinking, if you are maybe further along, or if you're thinking about just investing, you might bring along 2 or 3 friends, and you might combine your resources to acquire rental properties. That is a wonderful opportunity of making an investment for the long term. And I would say, if these are areas of interest to you as a young person, I would say contact a licensed real estate agent or broker, and ask about opportunities here in Nassau and the Family Islands, because certainly there are opportunities all around the Bahamas, and the price points are different price points. So I recall as a young man, I was invited in the early 80s to purchase a piece of property, financing by the developer, and I am really sorry I didn't take that opportunity, because the return would have been 1,000-fold had I taken that opportunity. So I encourage all young people to look at real estate as a form of enhancing and growing your wealth. It is one of the easiest way to grow your wealth without conceivable level of risk. It's one of the lowest level of risk that you can consider when purchasing or acquiring property in the Bahamas, or making an investment in the Bahamas. It's one of the less riskiest investment.
That's excellent. So just as a wrap up, what final words would you give graduate students coming out of school, just as in summary?
I say, given our history in the last 15, 20 years of the real estate industry and the increase in the cost of property in the Bahamas, that is land and of course homes, and the cost of building. As I said, land is relatively scarce in our islands, because as our population grow, we're not growing land in many of our heavily cities areas like Nassau or some of the Family Islands. We're not growing land like the population grows, but we see economic development on those islands, on some of the far-flung islands and some of the least developed islands. For example, we see development in Abaco, in Exumas, in Eleuthera. Those are areas where 10, 15 years ago, one could have acquired land at a very, very reasonable cost. But now, today, we see that in some of those instances, land in the Family Island is more expensive than land here in New Providence. And I think that trend is not going to change. It actually is going to get more intense in terms of cost of land in some of our family islands. So the greatest opportunity as a young person is to get started early, and it's less impact. So you will grow with the economy. So if you invest in land today, over the next 10, 15 years, as the economy grows, there goes your increased, your portfolio or your investment will grow. So it's a no-brainer that if you want to increase or get in, increase your wealth and certainly invest in the Bahamas, land is one of the easiest method of growing or enhancing your wealth. So I encourage all young people, the first thing you want to do is go out there, and if you can't do it by yourself, get together with 3-4 of your friends with like mind and look for investments in properties around the Bahamas. It is going to be one of the greatest reward, I guarantee you, that you can make in your lifetime.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Cody Fountain, a local makeup artist here in Nassau, Bahamas, and I'm with my model Adriana here today, and we're about to do a quick tutorial on how I get a flawless face in 30 minutes, okay? At the same time, I'm going to be telling you a little bit about myself, how I got started in the industry, what motivated me, and where I am now in my business. Okay, so stay tuned and thank you for watching. All right, so you probably won't be able to see me this entire video because I really want you guys to focus on her face, but you can just listen to my voice, all right? So I've already prepped her face with moisturizer. I've already toned it, make sure it was cleansed and stuff, and prepped her face with moisturizer so we can go straight into foundation. Okay, so a little bit about me. I am a mother, a wife, and a business owner. My company's name is CF Makeup Artistry, and I've currently been in the business, I want to say about between 10 to 12 years. I've been doing makeup now, and I got started, interestingly enough, in Florida. Now, I never really wanted to do makeup. It just happened. I actually was in school for forensics. I studied forensic science. And while I was in school, I would just do my face, my own face, and people would keep asking me, if I'm a makeup artist and if I do makeup, and I would tell them no, and I never really put much thought into it until it just became so overwhelming with the amount of persons that wanted me to do their face. So I said, let me just give it a try. And from there, it just took off. I started doing makeup on the side while I went to school in Florida. And it just skyrocketed from there. I started to really build a name for myself. I ended up doing a few music videos, a few really popular photo shoots for some really popular persons or well-known local persons over there, and just regular clients and stuff like that. And yeah, it was an amazing experience. Like I said, I never really wanted to do it. Can you turn your hand this way for me? Like I said, I never really wanted or never was really interested in it, but I guess it's just something that God put in me, and a gift and a talent, because I never went to school for it. Nobody ever taught me. It just happened. So I decided to go with it, and that's how I made a lot of my side money while I was there. It was like a job, because I wasn't working at all. My parents were helping to support me, so I wanted to bring in some funds on my own. So that really helped me out. Fast forward to my graduation, and I had to move back home. When I came back home to Nassau, I had absolutely nothing. I had no clients, no job, no money, just a degree and my talent. So I literally had to start, it was really hard, I'm not gonna lie. I had to start off back in my own home, one client at a time. And thank God for loyal clients, because I was able to build up my clientele just off of word of mouth, really. Because back then, Instagram was kind of popular, but not as popular as it is now. And makeup artistry on the whole has taken a whole new level, you know, in the past few years or whatever. So when I came back, you know, I was so down. I didn't have anything, didn't have any money, and I literally had to start from scratch. That was one of the most difficult points in my life. But, you know, slowly but surely, everything started to turn around for me, you know, by the grace of God. And, you know, the Bible always says that your gift will make room for you, and that's exactly what happened. I would start off, you know, with just, and I don't want to call them just regular clients, but, you know, just my local loyal clients. And it started from there, and I ended up somehow doing celebrities. I ended up traveling, doing makeup, you know, for weddings, and now I do destination weddings. I've done a lot of notable celebrities like Kenya Moore from Real Housewives. I've done Allison Hines. She hits me up every time she comes in town and she needs me to do her face. And just many other notable people and really well-known people. And I don't advertise that a lot because I don't ever want people to think, you know, I'm too much out there or too, you know, I think I've arrived because I've done celebrities. So I kind of keep those things to myself. And a lot of times people don't know that they're looking at my work because I don't really put my name behind it maybe as much as I should. They don't know that they're looking at my work when they look at posters and billboards and stuff like that, because it's just not the type of person that I am, you know. And it's an amazing thing what God can do once you put your trust in him and don't give up. I would always say that if you have a dream and if you have a goal, don't ever, ever, ever give up. I've thought about giving up many times in my life, to be honest with you, with makeup, because I'm like, how can I make it just, you know, doing a face or just doing faces? But I can tell you, our Bahamian women love to dress up. They love to dress up. And any given Saturday or a weekend, I can make up to $1,000 on a weekend. And that's just doing a regular face, you know. Of course you'll have to work out, look up for me. Of course you'll have to work out price points and all of that, but it is there, like there is opportunity. And I always tell people, you know, your work is your work. The market is very saturated with makeup artists right now, and I know you guys know that, and the beauty industry on the whole with hair and nails and stuff like that. But once you have a look and you have your signature and you know what you're doing, people will come back to you because nobody's work is like yours. So I always try to encourage people, you know, I mentor a few ladies, and, you know, their concern is that there's so many other people doing what they do. And I'm like, you can't worry about that. You just have to put your trust in God, do your signature, do your work, and just keep it moving. And God will make a way, you know. So that's a little bit of my backstory and where I am now. I now own my own studio. I travel a lot to do makeup now, so I'm always on the go. Look up for me. And yeah, sorry about that. Sorry guys, I almost poked her in her eye. Yeah, but it's an amazing, amazing opportunity. It's an amazing business to get into. I promise you, you will always have work. You'll always have work because there's always somewhere, you know, for persons to go. You just have to practice. You know, when I first started out, I was horrible looking back at it and looking back at the photos. But back then, I guess, you know, it was different. It was a different time. So people thinking, oh, your makeup's so lit. But really it wasn't, because if you look at my old photos, you won't believe it. You know what I mean? But it's all about progress and it's all about growth. I don't stray away from my techniques. Of course, new techniques and new things come out. I don't really follow that as much. I just stick with what I know, and it always gives me beautiful results. So I would say continue to trust in yourself and continue to trust in the way that you do it. And you know, this is an industry that you're thinking about getting into. If it comes natural to you, work on your own technique. If not, you know, you can always go to school and learn the trade. You know what I mean? It's nothing that you can't do. You can just learn the trade, but always put your own mark on it. Okay. So it's important to remember that not all clients are going to be for you. I've had instances where I've done person's makeup. You know, sometimes people don't like what you do. Some people want more, some people want less, and that's fine too. It's very easy to get discouraged in this industry because it can be brutal. You know, people can have their opinions. Nowadays, everybody goes on social media and they blast you. You know, if they don't like something, instead of just coming and talking to you. I've never had that problem, thank God, thus far, you know, with the amount of years I've been in this industry. But it happens. I see it happen to people all the time. I see it happen to my friends who are also in the beauty industry, and look straight ahead. And, you know, it's really, really sad because what you say and what you put out there can really damage someone's business. You know what I mean? So the most important thing to remember when dealing with customers and clients is to always keep your customer service top notch. Even when someone flares up in your face and they try to get you to get out of character, please try and resist it, because it can lead into so much more. You know, it can really, really damage your business. Like I said, I've made it this far without any instances like that, thank God. I always know how to calm a situation down. It's important to know how to do that, to calm a situation down so that it doesn't escalate. But it's really, really important that customer service is a key factor. Even if the persons think your makeup is mediocre, if you're just starting out, they're gonna come back to you just for the customer service experience. And that's something that I've learned along the way, you know, doing makeup for so long. So we're gonna get back into this little tutorial. I placed her foundation on her face, added her highlight right underneath her eyes, and you know, the high points of her face, the middle of her forehead, down her nose, her chin, and her cupid's bow. And then I went ahead and I added the contour around the perimeter of her face to make it look a little bit more chiseled. So now we're gonna go in and and this is a very important tip. Before you apply your powders, especially under the eye, you always want to go back in with a damp beauty blender that has been wet and wringed out completely. So it should feel like soft to the touch. And you just want to go back in, have your client look up, and then you just tap out the lines and the creases that come underneath the eye. Because what happens is if you place that powder there, when there are lines there, those lines are going to stay. And just continue to look up for me, okay? Those lines are gonna stay, and then that's where you get that creasing underneath the eye. So you want to avoid that as much as possible. So I'm just gonna go in and lightly tap. Sorry, she's a bit jumpy. I'm just gonna go in and lightly tap underneath the eye. With a somewhat, well, this isn't translucent, but it's more like a highlight powder that goes better with her skin tone. I'm just gonna do it like that, tap that in. And guys, like I say, this is gonna be a really quick look today because of, you know, time purposes. So I just wanna quickly get through this tutorial. So if I'm moving too fast, please forgive me. If you have any more questions, you can always reach out to me. I'm sure my information will be provided to you guys. I'm just setting all the areas where I place that concealer. It's important to set because you don't want anything to move or crease throughout the day. So always set any cream or liquid or stick, foundation, any products like that, you always want to set with a powder so that it does not move. And then we're going to go down the bridge of her nose, like that. And then at this point, I want to go in with a little bit of Laura Mercier translucent powder and just a regular triangle sponge. And I'm just going to press that underneath her eye. And I don't bake heavily. I don't like to call this baking, but I put excess powder there just so that when I do the eyeshadows, it doesn't go onto her concealer and mess up underneath the eye. Just want to press that in. Also placing it everywhere else where you place the rest of the concealer too. Middle of the forehead. And down the bridge of the nose. You know, I would always tell people that are up and coming in the beauty industry, it is not for the weak. You know, you have to really have a passion and know that this is something that you love in order to be in this industry, because it can be cutthroat. You're going up against so many other people that are doing the same thing, you know what I mean? And you just want to make sure that you leave your mark, you know, wherever you go. If people look at your work, you want people to say, oh, okay, I know that's Cody's work, or that's Adriana's work. You know what I mean? It's important to have a staple. It's important to have a signature in your own look, you know, so that people can always recognize you. And there's more than enough people. There's more than enough money to go around for everybody. You know what I mean? So I would always say, don't look at somebody else and, you know, wonder why, oh, I wonder why this person is getting this, and you know what I mean? Don't look at it that way, because what is for you will be for you, and what's for them will be for them. If you continue to trust in God, and I always push that you have to have a trust in God in order to make it in anything that you do. You just have to be secure in knowing that what you're doing is for you. And I always say pray about it, you know, if you're unsure. But if it's something that lines up with God's will, I promise you it will work out. I never thought I would be here. Like I said, I studied forensics, you know what I mean? And this was the last thing that I thought that I would be doing, to be honest with you. But I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. Being your own boss and being able to make your own decisions, and you know, choosing your own times, and you're making your own schedule is no other feeling like it. So I'm just adding some contour powder. Turn your head this way. I want to zoom in a bit, just so you can see. Putting our contour powder right from her hairline, or right from her ear, and I'm just going straight in, and this is going to create a more chiseled effect. Anything that's contouring is to slim the face. Anything that highlight is to bring out that part of the face. So just a quick tip there. And we just want to pat that in. I know that we are running on time. So it may look like I'm being a bit rough on her face, but I promise it's not that rough. I'm just trying to move as quickly as possible. And like I say, if you have any questions about makeup or anything just about the beauty industry, you can feel free to hit me up. My number, my email, I'm on Instagram, CF Makeup Artistry on Instagram. My Facebook is Cody, C-O-D-Y Fountain. And then my number, my email, I guess Miss Sherelle can provide for you guys, okay? But so far, this is the look that we have. I always like to take a little bit of powder and just cut this out a bit and carve this out. Turn your head this way for me. So for my products, I just want to give you guys some quick tips on where I purchase my products from. So I shop a lot, and believe it or not, on Amazon. A lot of my products come from Amazon, and I use a lot of drugstore brands. I also have high-end brands in my kit, a lot of but I've noticed that a lot of the drugstore brands are better than the high-end. The look is just better. Even on her face now, her foundation was, I think L'Oreal. It was L'Oreal True Match for her foundation. And what I love about their foundations is that the color doesn't change throughout the day. Because sometimes you get those foundations that give you a gray ashy look. That's always something that you want to avoid too as well. You always want to stick with warm red or brown undertones for any contouring that you get or any contour products that you get. Make sure your powders have a red undertone. Make sure your contour cream, sticks or whatever have a red undertone, because that can make a huge difference. Turn your head this way. And how the makeup would look. Okay, so you always want to remember that. So I find a lot of my things on Amazon, and if you need a list or if you need help figuring out how to get a startup kit or what you need for a startup kit, you can also contact me and I can send a list to you that I have already prepared. Okay, so you can just let me know. Let's see. The key about shopping when it comes to trying to build a kit. Now I've accumulated a kit that's worth thousands and thousands of dollars, and that's over the years. Nobody has the type of money to spend in one go, of course, and we understand that. So what I try to do is pick a foundation brand. It could be drugstore, and try to get just about all the shades. If you want to be an artist, this is for you. Try to get all of the shades in that brand so that you have shades for at least every complexion. You can start off with that, and then from there you branch off to other brands, okay, to see what you like the best and what fits you the best. We're gonna run through this. So that's what you would want to do, and if you need help with that list, like I said, I'm here. I can assist with that. What you don't want is to go and spend hundreds and hundreds and even thousands of dollars on a brand just because of the name. Like I see a lot of people go ahead and spend money on, I don't know who has been in Sephora before, but it's a pretty pricey makeup store, and people make the mistake of when they're starting off their kits, like they go and they just clean up in Sephora, and it's really not necessary. I shop a lot on Juvia's Place as well. A lot of the products that I'm using on her face today are from Juvia's Place. So that's another website too that you can go on and check out. And if you need, I can send the links for all of these products that I'm talking about and all of the websites that I'm talking about. So we're just gonna do a natural brow today. I mean, I do a natural brow every day, but we're just lightly filling in spots where it's needed. She has very, very nice arched brows, so she doesn't need much, and I don't like to overdraw. I don't like how that looks. Turn your head for me this way, please, next thing. So we're just gonna lightly fill that in. Straight ahead. Just to give it a more finished look. And I'm using very light strokes as I do this, okay? So I want to ask Adriana, do you have any questions to me in regards to makeup? Since this is a pre-recording and she's the only one that can ask questions, she may ask questions that maybe you guys may want to know. Yes. You can speak up, so if you do, you can ask me questions about makeup, if there's something that you want to know, you know, about the industry or certain products or what works well with what.
I think one of my questions would be for the lighter complexion.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they have a lot of pink shades and
oh
yeah, it's really tricky trying to match
the undertones. Right.
So what would be like the best tactic that you would have a strategy to matching the undertones?
Well, if you look at, you know, a Caucasian skin, you'll notice that some of them have yellow undertones. A lot of them have pink as well. They would have pink in their face, and then their face would have like a yellow, and then you have some that have a mixture. So what I normally do is I always take, of course, more than one color, and I just swatch. What you want is essentially to match the face to the neck, right? So if you find that the face is like super pink and red, you know, because sometimes they can be flushed. If you find that it's super pink or super red or whatever, you just look at the neck, and then you can see from the neck what the true color is supposed to be. Because a lot of people make a mistake, like they would pick foundations and colors that are too pink, and then the person ends up looking red or orange by the end of the appointment. You know what I mean? So you can also look, I think, at a person's veins. There's something about color theory. I'll send a link to it where you can look at someone's veins, and then you should be able to tell from there where what color or what undertone is their undertone. And I'll send that link as well. That's a good question though.
Let me find some other questions.
Yeah. Guys, I'm trying to get Adriana to ask questions that maybe you guys would want to know, you know, as well. Since you won't be able to physically speak to me. But yeah, color theory is very important. You have to look at a person's undertone in order to match correctly, you know, the foundation. Even with Adriana, like I used, it was more of like cool tones, you know what I mean? It wasn't so red, because I noticed like a lot of people, when it comes to chocolate skin, they tend to make them really red or gray. And that just means that they didn't do their color matching correctly. And this is why it's important to match on the jawline right here. Turn your head. You match right here to make sure that it blends straight into the neck. A lot of people still use their hand, which they're not supposed to do because it's a completely different color. But you have to do the jawline. Now you would run into a case sometimes where persons their face is brighter than their neck and vice versa, or their face is bright, the neck is dark, and then the chest is bright. So what you would do is you would pick the two that are the same color and blend that next one. You understand? You always want to make sure everything runs evenly to the chest. That's the goal. So if you find that her face is brighter than her neck, then you would have to make the foundation a little bit more tanned or darker. And that's how you make sure you have a correct match, because you don't ever want it to be any lines of demarcation where her face, when you take the picture, she looks like a ghost, or her face is too dark, you know. And that's the importance also of contouring. When you contour around the perimeter, essentially what you're doing is making sure that this part, because sometimes your foundation can be too bright up here, but it matches perfectly in the center. Like those things happen. So you want to make sure with the contour that it's about 2 shades darker, so that when it blends into the hairline, it blends into the hairline seamlessly. Okay?
My next question. You have a lot of clients that I would say knows better than the artist. I think they know better than the artist.
Right.
So, like for example, if you have a darker client, they'll be like, they want their makeup brighter, really, really brighter. And as the artist, you're like, how do you tell them? Or how, like, because it's still your work at the end of the day.
Yes.
When they go, they're gonna say, well, I got my makeup done by so and so.
Right.
So how do you maneuver in a situation like that?
So I've had a client that came to me before to get her daughter's face done for her prom. And, you know, I really wish our women would just start loving their dark skin. Like, I really, really wish that, because it's so beautiful. But what happened was she wanted her daughter was maybe my complexion. I don't know if you can see, like my complexion. And had really beautiful skin. But I don't know, it's almost as if she's convinced her daughter that her color wasn't good enough in some weird way. So the entire time, or the entire appointment, she was saying, I wanted to look brighter, I wanted to look brighter. And I'm like, well, how bright? I mean, she's gonna look highlighted, you know, her face is gonna pop, but what do you mean by bright? And she just kept saying, I just wanted to look brighter than what she is. And, you know, persons like that, I can't really say anything to them. I know that even though she's saying that, I'm still gonna do my work the way that I do it. You know what I mean? Because I know it's gonna come out good, but it has to be something behind that to make a person want to be brighter. So when I encounter clients like that, I just, you know, I try to explain to them, look, if I do that, it won't look good. 1, 2, it's not gonna match the rest of her. And then I won't be able to do that, because that's my work at the end of the day. And, you know, that's my name and that's my signature, I say, and that's not how I do makeup. I do my makeup to match the face and to match the complexion. Some persons, if they understand it, perfect. If they don't, then that's just not the client for you, you know, and then you'll have to respectfully decline. You know, I've declined many clients because of what they wanted. It doesn't match with what I do. So I had to make that decision and that choice to say, well, it's just not that's not gonna happen. So yeah, some clients are a little bit difficult, but it's nothing that you can't navigate. You know, if you do it correctly, you know, without being insulting. So time is running up a bit. Like I said, I only have 30 minutes. So we're gonna finish off this look. I'm just going to quickly line her eyes, put on some mascara because we don't have time, unfortunately, to apply lashes today. And just finish up her face, and I'm gonna come back to close out. Hey everyone, so this is the finished look. I went ahead and I added some shadow, a little bit of eyeliner, lashes, mascara, completed her brows, her lips, added some bronzer and blush. It would have ran way over the time, so I decided to do it off and then just come back on and show you guys. But this is the finished look. Can you turn this way for me? Next way. Straight ahead. It's really important to remember that you always want the person's face and neck to match. It has to be a seamless, flawless transition, right? So what we want to do is to make the person feel and look beautiful, but you just want to lightly enhance. You don't want to do too much. You don't want it to be too heavy. You do have clients that request certain things like that, but for the most part, try to keep it clean. You know what I mean? Less is always more. I always tend to go very light with foundation, because once you start adding the more products like concealer and contour and stuff like that, it starts to build up on the face. And then that creates that bondoy look if it's too much to begin with. So this is the finished look. I think she looks absolutely beautiful. Thank you, Adriana, for being my model. So yeah, if you guys need any more tips or anything like that in regards to where I get my products exactly, the links for everything that I used on her face, and how you can get started even as a beauty professional in the industry, specifically makeup, because that's the only thing that I do. You can go ahead and let me know. You can reach out to me via email, phone, Instagram, Facebook. I answer all of those. Like I say, my Instagram is CF Makeup Artistry. My Facebook is Cody Fountain, and Sherelle can provide you guys with my email and number. Okay, so don't be shy. Thank you again for watching. If you have any more questions, feel free to reach out to me. You can WhatsApp me anytime. I'm always available. All right, so thank you so much and have a great day. Say bye, Adriana. Bye.
Listen, you can't take this. Ah, get me out, yeah. All day these children calling my lasted name. They be like, mommy, 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 mommy.
Hi, I'm Bodine Victoria, and here's what I do. I'm a recording artist, songwriter, singer, published chef, show producer, educator of 20 years, entrepreneur, and apparently an influencer. I'm a creative professional with over 2 decades experience in broadcast media and script writing, motivational speaking, training and facilitation, and brand representation. In the last few years, my music has been used in multiple advertising campaigns for companies like Commonwealth Brewery Limited and BTC. And my voice has been heard on a number of commercials from Fidelity Bank to Best Brew in the Airport Industrial Park. I've worked with multiple brands over the tenure of my career, and my music can be heard on radio stations, podcasts, streaming sites, and at local concerts and regattas. I'm even a meme. And I guess it's safe to say that you can trust me to speak on the topic, Bahamian music industry integration. You know what, wait, 1 second, let's fix that, all right? I need to adjust it just a tiny little bit. Bahamian music, industry integration, there. Now we can begin. Did you know that music of the Bahamas is officially called Gumbe? Well, unofficially. I know, right? I learned this while in a passionate discussion on the direction of Bahamian music and the industry with legendary composer and musician Fred Ferguson. He and a few of the members of the Orange Economy Committee responsible for music suggest that Junkanoo, rake and scrape, and folk music be considered to be forms of Gumbe music, distinct to the Bahamas and very different in character and tone. So the big umbrella would be called Gumbe. And then underneath that umbrella, you have Junkanoo, rake and scrape, and folk music. In the course of the conversation with Fred, for me, and Mr. Ferguson, for you, he explained that rake and scrape has a specific rhythm, and that rhythm can be written as sheet music, read and performed by anyone around the world, and he compares that specific style of music to a vehicle and the lyrics, which can vary in topic, as the luggage. Therefore, you can have a rake and scrape rhythm with lyrics or words on a wide range of topics, and the exact same can be said of the Junkanoo rhythm. Let's make it make sense. According to the article, Rake and Scrape Music on the Bahamas government website, rake and scrape is characterized by the use of the saw tool as the primary instrument. The Gumbe drum is the main rhythmic component, and the accordion is the component that adds the rounded form. According to the same source, Junkanoo music is composed of the sounds of the horns and the bugles, the beat on the goatskin drums, whistles, and the shaking of cowbells. And Junkanoo music has a new instrument which is called the kunkalakas, which is adding a completely different set of depth to our traditional music. Folk music focuses on the storytelling art that is a very African tradition, and that includes artists like Joseph Spence, Pat Raming, and the Rhyming Spirituals. So the Rhyming Spirituals is a form of folk music. It is a distinctive Bahamian type of religious song where rhyming means intoning couplets against a melodic background of voices, and it means verse, not necessarily the coinciding final syllables. The rhymer, which is the lead singer, sings a memorized or improvised rhythmic narrative part that continues to build in intensity while the other singers repeat a chorus behind him, and that is, they sing the song. The rhyming style reached its greatest greatest heights during the sponge fishing era of the 1930s. And here's something else we need to know. A West African tradition of singing sermons has been carried on and further developed in the New World. So we can hear it in churches, in their services conducted by preachers who bring their congregations to heights of religious fervor by the gradual transition during the sermon from speech to song, songs of tremendous intensity and power. And rhyming seems to be the combination of the traditions of singing sermons and African drum and bell rhythms. And the rhythmic patterns in rhyming are also found in West African music. And that is according to Jody Stetcher. When we think about people like Phil Stubbs as well, they are storytellers. And so this folk music is so distinct to the sound of the Bahamas and the way that it is proposed that you would find a lot of those pieces of music in particular featured in, let's say, the Smithsonian, or relics of them featured in folk spaces that allow for less mainstream cultural music to be heard and seen. I would be remiss, or it would be a mistake, if I did not say that there is a school of thought that suggests that Bahamian music is simply music that is performed by a Bahamian artist. And of course, because this is my opinion, until we make it into a fact or it is completely identified and it is completely defined, this statement is my opinion. And I'll offer the logic to support it, right? So here we go. Bahamian music is not simply music that is performed by a Bahamian. But if that is what you choose to believe, I respectfully will not argue with you. After all, like I said, until a decision has been made and adopted officially, everyone is entitled to their opinion. However, for the purposes of this presentation, a Bahamian artist is a person who is a Bahamian and producing art. The art in this case being music. A Bahamian artist can perform any of the music types, junkanoo, rake and scrape, or folk music. If the music they are branded to consistently falls in that field, then we can say they are Bahamian artists who perform Goombay music. Bodine Victoria is a Bahamian artist who performs Goombay, trap, hip-hop, and jazz music. Although I am a Bahamian, the genres that are not Goombay, which is junkanoo, rake and scrape, or folk music, are not Bahamian, even though I can perform music in those genres. What is true is that all of these sounds speak to the cultural significance and the connection that music provides. These connections are identified, studied, and repackaged in significant ways by artists like me, which in turn becomes important to the advertisers who market on behalf of companies locally and regionally. And now that we have a working definition of the term Bahamian music, let's talk about the term industry. An industry is, according to Merriam-Webster, and they're going to be popping up throughout this entire presentation, it is a distinct group of productive or profit-making enterprises. And it is systematic labor, especially for some useful purpose or the creation of something of value. As we consider the first part of the definition, which is a distinct group of productive or profit-making enterprises, I want you to consider all of the people that are involved in music. Here are just a few, and this list is in no way exhaustive. Musician, composer, producer, songwriter, singer, production, the publisher, the copyright lawyer, performing rights organization agent, the manager, the booking agent, the tour manager, the costumer, the stylist, the publicist, the marketer, the talent coach, the vocal coach, dancer, choreographer, stage manager, light technician, sound technician, disc jockey, photographer, videographer, editor, and the list goes on and on. Each of these people produce a product or service that is necessary for either one or a combination of multiple people to be successful. And so if you see any of those people with any of those skills and you aspire to be one of them, believe it or not, there is more than enough space in the market and in the industry for you, and we need you. The industry requires work at multiple levels so that it can function well. So let's talk about this term, systematic labor. The root of that word obviously is system, which means that there are steps that are involved that we lend our labor to. And that's not me looking it up. That's literally how I live my life as a creative. For example, I write the song, I pay the producer, I register it with my performing rights organization, which is PRS, and upload it to my online distributor, which is TuneCore. Then I send it to the agent and manager who get it placed on radio. The radio station has disc jockeys, or DJs as we know them, play them, and they also add it to their personal rotations. And then I speak with the marketer, which is the person responsible for showing me how to best access my audience, which is you and people like you. And that person I also have to pay. And they work with a design or a marketing plan for it. So they develop that. Then we seek corporate sponsorship to have their product or service featured in the video based on the plan that the marketer made. Are we seeing how this is systematic? Are we seeing how each one of these steps goes together? I'm not done. The entertainment lawyer negotiates, and then I pay them as well, okay? We reach an agreement and we go to the videographer who shoots the video after we speak with the video producer, because sometimes they're one person, sometimes they're multiple people. I or we pay them the money the sponsor gives us. So next, we make sure that we hire the stylist and the dancers. And the list just can go on. So as you can see, lots of people are necessary to push this one song or project forward. And we have the video after that edited, and we execute the marketing plan. There are lots of people that are involved in the music industry. And what I would like for us to understand is, just because there are some people missing, that we don't come
greedy, take all the samples, left nothing for others to try. Your hand too damn fast, always browsing like TikTok, but when you go by,
so that the work or the labor can move more smoothly. Make sense? If it does, put something in the comment for me, okay? All right. Now, when we consider the second definition, we have to consider the purpose that we create the music for, especially for some useful purpose or the creation of something of value. Here's why I particularly like this definition, because it shows the thought and the intention behind the music industry. For example, again, I am not an artist that is going to throw out 4 or 5 music videos every year just so that I can remain in the public eye, because that is not financially feasible for me. Therefore, I find ways to create value for my audience in my social media platforms. But I also create music that leaves a lasting impression, and it is so timeless that people continue to love and enjoy it, and they sing it for months, even years after I release it. So when I run it back, or I circle back, or I spin the block on that song to drop a music video, finally, it is already in a place where it's marketable and I can get more sponsors, and it adds value to the culture because it preserves culture. Like, that's my thought process. We often think that music is the result of an idea, and that, it's just lyrics set to music or set to an instrumental after the inspiration or whatever triggers our creativity. But this definition says that there's labor or work that is undertaken, which we do, for a useful purpose and the creation of something valuable. So I'll touch on the last 2 points when I talk about integration, okay? In the example of the systematic process of producing a song, so the thing that you create must be important to you, but any successful artist or creator knows that it must be important to the audience. So our music is a reflection of our shared experiences, and when audiences tap into that, the result is integration. How you integrate the music is based on the value the audience or the sponsors or listeners see in it. So let's talk about integration now. Here's what we need to know about integration. Let's take it to the dictionary again. According to Merriam-Webster, the term integration means to form, coordinate, or blend into a functioning or unified whole. We find that the performing arts and music in particular is integrated in all aspects of our cultural life. I want you to think about your favorite events. The Junkanoo bands, they play their renditions of popular local and international music, which is part of the reason people attend the parade. Think about how Chris Brown feels about our Junkanoo interpretation of his song. What the song is? Under the Influence. That's what it is. It's called Under the Influence. And how much pride it brought to us as Bahamians to see him repost it and to comment on the fact that it is worldwide and that we support him. So integration is important. Every restaurant plays music. It's in the movie series and the advertisements locally. Bahamians also use our music in social media. Nakaz has I'm a Bahamian, and I can tell you, I don't go in water, I just want a profile with somebody's daughter. I can't sing no more than that because then, copyright and all. But TikTok started as a platform called Musical.ly. And so we understand that music within itself is part of our experience. So now we use the songs of the Bahamas to make trending videos that highlight the beauty of the country, our humor, and the way that we live every single day. Let's think about our life experiences. And I'll use Nishi Ellis, whose 2020 record, Loose Me, is undoubtedly the biggest song to come out of the pandemic experience. In it, she connects with people with a snapshot of the emotions and the complex feelings people experienced during lockdown. And I want you to take just 2 seconds and I want you to think about some of the things that she said in her lyrics. Nishi has graciously given me permission to use her song for the purposes of this presentation. And here are the lyrics. It's 3 a.m. and I'm waiting for the sun. Lost track of the days, man, look here, this ain't no fun. Cell phone in my left hand, TV on my right. My mouth extra dry cause there ain't no rum in sight. Longing for the days when I was wild and free. Out to everything would lick, not a care or worry. Oh, out to everything would lick, not a care or worry. I was singing it off time. Now it's like I joined the clan of HMP, but I ain't commit no crime, so please set me free. And we all know the chorus. Since releasing the smash hit, she has been booked by promotional events nationwide and across the continent, and this is proof of the value she provides to people. A musical experience that brings joy to listeners, and as a result, people come to see her work, which means the promoters at clubs, concerts, and national events, they make money. And here's an example from myself. In 2022, BTC contacted me to use my song Rock-A-My Cherry for their Rock-A-My Combo campaign. In terms of the integration, here we are, Rock-A-My Combo. Not only was my song used for this purpose, but I got to model or act for the advertisement as well, which increased my visibility nationwide and helped to promote that record further. And that was not the first or the last time my team and I have collaborated in this way. Really and truly, the idea is to form relationships, because relationships are the key to integration. Create content that you love and enjoy, but make it marketable. By marketable, I mean able to be seen and to be heard and to be sold. Write about a number of experiences from history to motivation, inspiration, and love, growing up and growing old, partying in life. Just write and have something produced that connects and brings value. Next, network. Get to know people in corporate Bahamas and in private businesses. Integration means looking for various ways to place your music and have it marketed, often without you paying the majority of the money to have it produced and distributed to your markets. It's about a systematic, and there's that word again, approach to the creation of art. Bodine wants to write a song that makes people feel good. She's inspired by Tony McKay. She says, I think this needs to be a ring play song too. She works with Rick Carey, international Grammy award-winning producer who hears things in the music that she doesn't, and she rewrites because she wants it to be an anthem for people. The end result is my song, Sugar in a Plum, which offers people a sense of nostalgia, but it also connects us to our musical history. And as a result, the new sound, which is based in Junkanoo, and it is relative to ring play and the experience and the memories people have, is what makes the song so attractive, plus its pro-social lyrics. I's a coconut goddess, cocoa skin dripping madness, juiciness I's the baddest, I sweet like a sugar in a plum. It's able to be integrated because the message, the theme is universal. The feeling is motivational. And of course, it is historically adept, accurate, and of course, valuable. And I know I've been talking for a very long time, but I want to bring the session to a close by saying, you are not only amazing, but you have the ability to fill in one of the spaces in the music industry or in any industry that you decide to be a part of. And we need you there. We need you here. And so whatever it is that you set your hands to do, I want you to do it well. Study your craft, study your field, connect with what you are passionate about, and work diligently towards that. Create to create, and then as you mature, I want you to create with purpose. That is the best way for you to use the resources that are available for you and for you to find your path. And don't forget to let yourself be guided and to seek wisdom from your mentors. I want to say thank you so much to the Purpose Path organization for inviting me. And of course, you can follow me at Bodine Victoria across all your social media platforms. And that's my email address too, book@bodinevictoria.com if you have any other questions, or hit me in the DMs on social media. It's been my pleasure. And don't forget, we do this for culture and for community. Bye.
And welcome back to Purpose Path Bahamas International Virtual Seminar. And I am elated to introduce the dynamic, incomparable international speaker, humanitarian, and life coach in the person of Beijing Rogers. In fact, that's Beijing, the world changer Rogers. And she's going to speak once again on spirituality and success. Spirituality and success. What is spirituality and what role does it play in your success journey?
Wow. First of all, I just want to say thank you so much for having me here.
You're welcome.
It is a pleasure. It's a pleasure. You know, that's such a great question because it's everything.
Wow.
Spirituality in the success that I've had is in everything. My journey began through God talking to me when I was 12 years old. So if that's not spirituality, then I don't know what is.
Yes,
and it's actually, let's take it a bit further back. My journey began at 4 years old.
Wow, do share. Do share.
At 4 years old, and that was also tied into spirituality because I was going on a mission trip.
Okay.
I went on a mission trip in the Dominican Republic in a very impoverished Haitian village. And that's when I say I entered the workforce for the first time, doing vacation Bible school to these impoverished children who didn't have access to running water, didn't have education, didn't know when their next meal was going to come from. I mean, just absolutely the worst conditions a human should never live in. And so that's where it began, at 4 years old on that mission trip.
Wow. Isn't that amazing? sort of self-awakening and self-discovery, knowing exactly what you were put here on this planet to do. So the call for greatness in that particular area, it just resonated with you. You just knew that this was the right thing to do, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
You know, it's so funny. It was revealed to me in my mid-20s.
Okay.
My story back when I was a child, because I don't remember, you know, everything. So it's putting the pieces together from my family members or mentors who've been in my life. And my grandmother told me before she passed, she said, Beijing, do you remember that you used to tell God, God, can I help you? Wow. Can I help you? At like 5 years old. Man. I used to tell God that, like, can I help you? You know, and I just thought I just thought that made so much sense. Yes. Because my passion for Christ is just blah. So at that age, for me to be doing that it just was a piece of the puzzle that made so much sense.
Wow. That is amazing, your life's journey. I mean, you were just handpicked by God to be an extension of his arm here on this planet and his heart to help those who are underprivileged, under fools, do that again, who are, sorry, who are, okay, from my response to that.
Correct.
Okay.
Happy about it, all right? But everything else perfect. So 3,
Okay.
2, 1.
That was excellent. You had a sort of self-discovery, self-awakening at such an early age. Yeah. I applaud you. Hats off to you. Now, we did allude to spirituality and what role does it play in your success or life's journey. So I want to know, what do you do and how do you feed your soul? Can you tell our students, what do you do?
Yeah,
sure.
Very great question.
You're welcome.
I would love to. Hope you're listening and get a notepad
That's
to write
right.
notes. Yeah, so there are, for me personally, there is praise and worship.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, guys. I connect most with my relationship with Jesus through praise and worship. Yes. Because when you enter the throne of holies and holies, there are already billions of angels singing, Holy is the Lord, from the beginning to until the end, right?
Wow.
And so when one of us, his creation, decides, like we choose to just stop what we're doing, or like wake up in the morning and be like, God, you are so good. And then we crack on that praise and worship music, and we just praise him for who he is, for who he is and what he has done for us, for sending his son to bridge that gap. And then just all the stuff that we have around us, a bed to sleep in, shelter. I mean, the simple things. I feel like we get so caught up in the big things, but oh my gosh, if we would just take time to just thank God for the simple things, you will see so many changes happen in your everyday life. There's a power in gratitude and being grateful for things. So the feeding the soul is thanking the Lord. Yes. Thanking the Lord through praise and also through prayer. Okay. And one of my other ways is I love to journal. So a lot of my revelations in regards to what I believe that God is calling me to do next or to do comes through journaling. Because when you write, it slows down your thought process, right? So you can actually understand like what you're writing. When you're thinking, it's just like, wait, what did I just think? You know? But when you write it down, you're like, oh, that's what that meant. So 2 years ago, I'm experiencing now because of blah, 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 like, right? So it just connects the dots. Wow. Journaling connects the dots. And it also brings me closer to the Lord because I slow things down in this fast-paced life.
That is amazing. That is amazing.
And obviously reading the word.
Okay.
I mean, my goodness. So I grew up, I became a Christian when I was 4. Okay. So I had that hard journey of never having that transformational life, you know?
Right.
Where I wasn't a Christian and I was a Christian my entire life and I struggled my way through it.
Congratulations to you.
But now I'm a born again Christian. Now but that's just for another story. So I'm even more sold out if that's even possible.
Wow.
But reading the word. So I grew up, doing devotionals. And then when I was 17, I realized, Beijing, like you've never really picked up a Bible and actually started reading it. Right. And so I started. And that's when things changed with me, when I finally understood when they said the word is alive. Right. Because that's how God speaks to us, through his word, through the Bible.
This is amazing. So you've heard definitely to have thankfulness and gratefulness and gratitude to God in your life's journey. So essentially your relationship with God, that defines your spirituality, that fuels your success.
Yes.
Praise and worship, when you commune with Him, you become one with Him. Essentially in God you live, you move, and have your being.
Yes.
And I love the fact that you can acknowledge God in your life because, you know, when we do that, He directs our paths and orders our steps.
That's correct.
And I can just sense the energy from her today, just the anointing in her speak. She's passionate, she's genuine. So this is what a God-infused life, this is what it does to you. I just love it. I just love it. And that just brings me to my next point. I note your personality. You know, you're bubbly, effervescent, dynamic. But let's say when life isn't too peaches and cream, when you're not feeling that well, how do you revive your soul? What reignites the fire or puts back the smile on your face? I just want you to say that to the students.
Yes. So obviously, I'm human.
Yes.
Pitch me, right? Yeah, there you go. I'm human, right? So
Yes.
obviously, I go through the same round of emotions that everyone does.
Okay.
Sadness,
Let's
depression,
keep it real.
anxiety. Oh, keep it real.
Definitely.
100. 25/7.
Yes.
Right? Because we can't do any fakeness. There's too much
Yes.
fakeness going around. We really do not have time
Yes.
for that.
Mhm.
So I go through it all. There are times in my 20s, I'm still 20, but in my 20s where I experienced anxiety and depression. And for those of you, I know that especially our young generation are experiencing it more and more and more due to the attacks, man. You guys, we're being attacked from all levels, and these distractions are just, it blows my mind.
Right.
We have this cellular device in our hand 24/7. We have access to it 24/7, and people have access to us 24/7. That is not humane.
Right.
When I was a child, when she was a child, we had a childhood where we played, we got scratches. I still have them on my knees, you know,
Yes.
to show you. We sweated, you know, we played outside, right? You guys are given this technical device when you're born.
Yeah.
And that's a problem. Why? Because that's distraction. Why? Because what does the enemy do? Come to kill, steal, and destroy. Right? The last thing he wants is for you to connect to your Savior, connect to God. That's the last thing he wants. And so, obviously, even now, so much more in the 21st century, in the 5th industrial revolution, that is happening. And so, with that being said, you have no idea, like, all the thoughts that are going through your mind. You develop these negative thought patterns, and then what you think you become, right? And that's scripture. So what you say to yourself, you become. That's scripture, right? And it's just, and so I kind of got caught up in that web in my, like, mid-20s, especially during the COVID lockdown time. And I got into really, really bad anxiety and depression. And I picture it as this gloomy cloud, and you're just trying to find the light, trying to find the sun, but you just can't because of all of these thoughts that are just consuming you. And you feel as if it's the end. And I've also had the thought of committing suicide. Not that I go through with it, but thoughts did come through because I was like, what is the point, right? And then I had a new thought.
That's good.
And my new thought was to open the Bible. And when I did, things started to change. Mood started to change. Thoughts started to change. And that was key for me. And then I found, I forgot what it's found, where it says in the verse, but I found the verse that says, what is it? It's die to your, it's basically just talking about dying to yourself, right? And I thought that was so powerful. Yes, die in your flesh daily, die to yourself. And I thought that was so powerful because what really changed my spirituality, my relationship with Jesus, is realizing that this is not about me. Like, this is not about me. And being a prideful and egotistical person, naturally, I had to kill that all the time and realize that all of this. I'm just a vessel through Christ to bring more hearts toward him, you know? And that, though, is beyond freeing. If you can reach that point when you realize this life, what we do is not about us, but to point others to Christ, that is you finding yourself.
I love it. I love your realness, and your story is just compelling. You know, you are able to be raw and real today to say that you went through stages of depression, suicide, but with the entrance of God's word into your situation, you were able now to discover now that your life's purpose, it's not about you, but it's about your Savior. So for a student out there who may be wrestling with just tons of challenges emotionally, because we have distractions on every side, we have temptations on every side, we're in trials and tribulations, and like you said, with this phone, information is fed to us daily. And it's good information as well as bad, and it shapes our thoughts.
Yes.
Isn't that something?
Yes.
So I want to say, with the turning point, I want to just touch on that suicide, because it may be someone out there who is probably on the brink of suicide. What advice would you give to them? If you want to look directly into the camera, what would you say to that student who wants to end their life today? What would you say to them?
Yeah. Hello, you, whoever you are watching this, and you've experienced those thoughts and thought, what's the point? Why does this life matter? Why does my life matter? Well, I don't know if you know, and if you do, I'm going to remind you that you were created in your mother's womb for a reason. God created you for a reason, for a purpose. And in that purpose, there are so many persons that you are called to help and become better. So if you are no more and you decide to take your life, then those persons will not get the help that was supposed to be given by you. And on top of all of that, you're not alone in this life. The reason why we get to those negative spaces in our heart, mind, and soul is because we're lonely. You are not alone at all. Yes, there's God, He's there for you, but I would advise you to seek somebody that you trust to tell them what's happening in your mind, and then they can help you to get to a professional mental health counselor or a therapist. I always say, if you are going through very bad anxiety, depression, or wanting to commit suicide, you need to seek somebody else. Do not keep that information to yourself, because there are persons around you in your life that wants to see you thrive. No matter what you think, they want to see you thrive. So you must seek those persons out. Very important, because that's what I did. When I saw it getting really bad, I said, no, this is nothing that I can handle on my own. So I sought help. I sought somebody in my community who I trusted and confided in to help me. And she did. And I'm here today
That
to
is
tell that.
excellent.
Yeah.
Seek out professional help. Seek out assistance. You're not in it alone. There is always someone who would have been through what you would have been through.
Yes.
And the thing about life is, you know, this too shall pass. And we in our situations, we tend to be consumed by what's happening in the situation and thinking like there's no way out. But there's a way out. You just have to seek out information that you can use in your particular situation. I just love that you were able to encourage the students, and this is what we need, because this is a real world and we are challenged daily. I was reading the other day how mental health, you know, the crisis, it's on the rise with the dawn and breaking of COVID and post-COVID. You have a lot of people just fighting just to get by, make it through, you know, the disruption in one's life. And you know, maybe they may have both family members who are laid off and can't make ends meet. And, You know, people are trying to still get back to normalcy.
Yes.
After 3 years. So that's great advice that you can give the students today. But let's say, for example, I want you to say to someone who may not have a belief in anything, you have a right and choice to do, you know, what you choose to do in terms of having some sort of extrinsic motivation. But for those who do not believe, why is it important to believe in a greater power other than yourself?
Oh, what a question. I have never in all my interviews around the world received that question. It's a beautiful, good question.
You're welcome.
So, at the end of your life, you're going where? Where are you going? You're either going to stay in the grave or you're going to go to some other place. Where do you want to go when you die? Do you want to go somewhere that's happy and full of life and joy? Or do you want to go somewhere that is the opposite? That is just desolate and brown everywhere and consuming fire everywhere, right? Because in all religions, no matter what you believe, there's always this concept of a heaven or a hell, right? And in the faith that I believe in, there really is a heaven and a hell. And if you don't believe in anything, you still believe in something. You believe in the belief in nothing. So don't get yourself fooled. You still believe in something. Let that sink in. If you don't believe in anything, you still believe in something. You believe in nothing. So right now, your belief is placed in nothingness. That's kind of weird. So why don't you? I would encourage you to go on a journey to seek this human God called Jesus. I would ask you to close your eyes right now. Close your eyes right now as you're watching this. Just close your eyes. Just give yourself a chance, because you already believe in nothing, right? So just close your eyes right now, and I want you to call on the name of Jesus. And I want you to say, "Hey, Jesus, I'm not sure if you're real, but if you are, be known to me." That's it. That's it. This thing is called a relationship. So just call on him. Close your eyes. Call on him and say, "Hey, Jesus, I'm not sure if you're real. Right now I believe in nothing. And that's not really getting me anywhere. So if you are, be known to me."
Excellent. Before you leave, I'd like for you to pray for the students. You can lead them in a prayer of salvation, you know. Yes, that's what we're here for. Spirituality and success. At the end of the day, you get to choose. And for those wanting to know the God of Beijing, Rogers, and Sherry Johnson Deal, this is your opportunity now to lead them to that particular place.
Yeah. I just want to, before I do, I just want to say that is so beautiful.
Yeah.
You know, because you don't like have that really ever.
Yeah.
And that is just the point
That's
of
the
this
point.
life, you know?
Yes.
And before I do that,
Sure.
I just would like to make a comment. Recently, it's been known to me that a lot of us Christians are saved. We accept Jesus and we become saved. He becomes our Savior. But what about him becoming Lord of your life? That's the difference of when your life transforms and changes. And that's what happened to me. I went on a 5-day fast in the wilderness, right? Like John the Baptist and Jesus, on a private island.
Okay, I was just going to ask you,
on
where was the wilderness?
Yes.
For the students' purposes.
Yes, on a private island on my campsite. 5 days. Brought my Bible, some Christian books, journal. And then fruits and vegetables, because that's what we were eating. And you know what Jesus reminded me of? On day 2, he said, "Beijing, do you know like what the most important thing is?" And I was like, and he goes, "Bringing souls to me." And I'm like, "Huh?" And then he goes, "Beijing, do you know that this nonprofit that you started when you were 12 years old is not just a nonprofit, it's a ministry.
Right.
And then 20 days later, because that was beginning of January, 20 days later, on January 28th, my nonprofit ministry had its first outreach event called a Leadership Youth Workshop, and we brought 20 souls to Christ.
Oh.
20 young souls to Christ.
Congratulations.
Which, to me, blows my mind, because yes, he would have reached me in some other way, and it probably been further down the line in this timeline of life. But because I came away from the busy life and I spent time with Jesus, that happened. And then we just went and changed a bunch of other young people's lives.
Great.
Forever.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is the fact that when we say this prayer, count the cost, right? The Bible tells us to count the cost. What you're giving up for Christ, but what you gain with him is incredible, is absolutely incredible. So as we ask him to become Lord and Savior of our lives, Savior and Lord.
Yes.
I pray for your journey of you stepping into this freedom that is beyond words and life itself, because that's exactly what it is, freedom. And I just pray that over you. So let's all come together.
Sure.
Whatever that looks like, we're in separate chairs. So for those of you who are thinking, I want to try this Jesus thing. I want to make him Savior and Lord of my life. Well, we're going to pray for you. Please pray with us so you can accept him into your heart. Accept him into your heart, okay? So just repeat after us, okay? Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, forgive me. Forgive me for my sins. Forgive me for my wrongdoings. Oh God, forgive me thinking I can do it all on my own. Forgive me for thinking it's all about me. And Lord, I ask that you come into my heart, that you come into my life, and you change it, and you transform me to enter in a new relationship with you. I thank you for dying on the cross for my sins so that I can live in freedom according to your will and way. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen, amen. So as we wrap up today, I just want you to say to the students where they can hit you up on your social media pages. You could just use this time to inform.
Oh my gosh, if that was you and you just accepted Jesus into your heart, heaven's having a party and we're having a party. Like, wow! Like, just not any words. Oh my gosh. So if it was you, please find me. I would love to meet you. Yes. I would love to meet you. If you're on socials, I'm on Facebook at Beijing Rogers. So Beijing. I'm not Chinese, I'm Bahamian. But it is the capital of China. And then Rogers, Rodgers. And then come find me on Instagram, which is Beijing.Rogers, the exact same thing. And if you want to email me, because you don't have social media, same thing, Beijing.Rogers@gmail.com. And let's have a dance party for you just accepting Christ into your life. And if you're already a part of this amazing family, message me, hit me up anyway, so we can take this gospel all around the world and just free some lives, man.
Excellent.
Oh, so exciting.
Yes, it is.
Wow.
Well, you've heard it today from Beijing Rogers herself on spirituality and success. Definitely the God factor in playing an instrumental role in your success in your life's journey. I thank you so much for imparting the knowledge, the energy, the wisdom, as well as leading us in a prayer of salvation. God bless you and continue to leave an indelible mark on the lives of all of those you would have touched. Thank you so much today for tuning in to Purpose Part Bahamas Virtual Seminar 2023. Good day.